kept telling people all the way up to his death. So he's kind of backing up from what I did shared with you there. So, well, if you don't take these equations like from general relativity, theoretically, what's the stress tensor doing? What's being stressed? Hello. It has to be something real. And that's what physicists today still ask that question. The stress tensor in general relativity implies that something is being stressed, and that has to be the ether. And that's part of the evidence that, in fact, there is an ether. And we unfortunately abandoned the ether in 1905 because of Michael B. Morley null result. So when we think of space, we tend to think of it as just being nothingness and emptiness. But you're saying that if it's space, according to the theories of gravitation, it's a mass and a warp or bend space. It has to, you can't bend or warp nothing. It has to be something, and that something is ether. So what is the actual ether comprised of? You could say two different ways. Either quasi-rigid solid or a quasi-elastic solid. And it's good to know it in both ways. The fact that it's rigid allows it to be a solid in which particles can exist and be persistent. You don't unravel. You can't do that in a liquid or gas. So the fact that particles remain stable for billions of years, like the proton, suggests that it's a solid. So when the ether is, let's just say it's a quasi-elastic solid, which means, quasi means that whenever you put a field out in it, like you're in the deep space and you point a magnet out, the magnetic field will develop. Even though there's no air, there's no oxygen, nothing you can see, the magnetic field suddenly exists. When you remove it, space snaps back into a flat Euclidean geometry. So that's the quantity. The elastic part means it could be bent and deformed, moving this way or that, or being twisted clockwise or counterclockwise, or contracted or expanded. And solid means this. It's continuous. So that field out there, space, is something that is not divided into parts or particles. It's a field that is completely continuous. And a good thing to describe that kind of a field is Newton's type of math. There's equations that describe changes that are continuous, calculus, a differential equation. Works real good with that, and that's what I used in my theory, and that's what Einstein used, and that's what Newton used. I'm going with the big guns, and I'm sticking with them. Major physicists have abandoned that approach entirely and have gone to the quantum mechanics approach. And it's different in this way. Particle-to-particle interaction is the basis of the theory of quantum mechanics. And forces and interactions are all dependent upon that particular type of interaction. In the Einstein version and my version, it's all about the particle-to-space interaction. Moving particles through space called space-to-bend. The particles are made up of certain fields of bent space in this continuous medium. So space is basically, the particles are consubstantial with it. They are made up of it. They are the same thing of it. They're just twists, basically, convolutions of Einstein problem. So that's what the ether is. Okay, so if that's what the ether is, how does this, or what does this portend for breaking the light-speed barrier? Well, you have to master the reality. So our friends, the aliens who've gotten here, they had to learn how to bias space with a spatial bias drive, or what I call the slip wave field. In other words, to break the light speed barrier, you have to affect space in a very special way. Now, in my research, I realized that gravity is a contraction of space. So aliens, and eventually we will come forward at some point, hopefully the government will, or whatever, or scientists will acknowledge it. In order to make anti-gravity, in order to break the light speed barrier, you have to cause space to expand. When you cause space to expand, either an electrostatic field or a magnetic field can do this. In either case, when you cause space to expand, then it thins out, it stretches. And when that happens, what we're going to discover is that the permeability and permittivity of space drop. And there's the key. When you do that, you have mastered the pace by biasing it so that you can, if you think, excuse me, got a bit of a cold here.
That's okay. You need some water? Do you have water there if needed?
I drink all my coffee. So when you do this, and you channel space this way, you cause those two properties of space to drop, which is a Maxwell equation that describes this. In fact, something I'm saying, C of light equals 1 over the square root of permittivity times permeability. And when you calculate that out, you make the numbers for permittivity and permeability smaller. The smaller those two numbers get, bigger speed of light becomes.
Okay, can you explain permittivity without losing us? Because that's, make that understandable to someone with a grade 10 scientific education?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing even for physicists to talk about. Basically, it has to do with the way permittivity has to do more with the electrostatic field and how it forms in space, and permeability has to do with the magnetic field and how it forms in space. And I like to think of those two things as providing an impedance to the maximum rate of motion of the electrostatic field and the magnetic field. So a photon is made of both. When it moves through space, it's an electromagnetic object, so it's got an electrostatic field, and it's moving and spinning as it goes. And when it spins, it causes a magnetic field to form. So both of them, as a transverse wave, move through space at the maximum rate determined by the amount of permittivity and permeability.
Okay, let me see if I understand this, Mark, in my very simplistic way. So if we're looking at space as ether, quasi-elastic solid, for example. So if I imagine an elastic band and I stretch it, if, for example, you would have some sort of a vehicle on this elastic band and you stretch it, the vehicle is going to move with the elastic band as it stretches. So it's not so much that the vehicle is traveling through space, it's that it's traveling with space. Is that even close?
That's close. And I'm going to go over that in detail. When an object, which is made up of atoms and so forth, moves through space, the space itself never moves. It's an absolute. But what happens is all the configurations, all the little particles that make up a spaceship or human body, whatever, they're all moving within space. They are consubstantial with it. So what's really happening, what's really moving is the fields themselves, like ripples in water. So,
all right, I got to jump in here, Marcus. Pardon the interruption. I'll let you go get some water, and we're going to continue this conversation on the other side. Taking us into break from 1974, ABBA and Waterloo, right here on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Jacob Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. One person has been shot and killed at a shopping center in West Hill. Police say a shooter opened fire on at least 3 people in a parking lot around 3:45 this afternoon at Albrook Avenue and Van Owen Street. The shooter took off. Twitter Blue kicked in today, so people have to pay to be verified. Also happens to fall on, April 1st. Looking at this check mark, meaning it will now simply serve as a verification that the account is paid and not a verification of a user itself. ABC's ICBOC says official organizations and some government officials will continue to be verified with a gray check mark, but the White House has already said it would not pay for it. Users have already impersonated Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, Elon Musk himself, and other celebrities, while many verified users say they would leave Twitter once their blue checkmark went away to avoid sanctions. The federal judge has temporarily blocked a new Tennessee law that would place limits on drag shows. ABC's Dave Paxton says an LGBTQ plus theater group sued, claiming the statute violates the First Amendment. The first discrimination law signed by Tennessee Republican Governor Bill Lee lumped drag performances featuring male or female impersonators in the same category with strippers, topless, and exotic dancers as adult cabaret acts. But banning them from public property or anywhere minors might be present. All right, we're going to get traffic here, Baldwin Park, right into this. If you ever need our help, we'll just call one. So meaningful for like a few moments and then gone. So they're like that. And this is an idea that I used to be able to do when I was around 15 minutes of the topic of rain, which was essentially the ability to control routines, knowing how to do
Stop before the 605, you've got a car crossing the right lane, just stop and go from Durfee. Allegiant Park to 110 southbound before Academy Road, it's all blocks the left lane, it's full from Figueroa. And now in downtown LA on the 101 northbound before Tracy, hit the street and further your stall is cleared. Just stop and go from Picnic Street. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Over our new technicians at service staffing, we always ask, would I trust this person to show up on my mother's doorstep? Leland Smith here, founder of Service Staffing Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. Applicants have to look clean and professional, and they have to be kind and polite, and they have to treat people with respect. They have to pass the background check and the drug test. When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. They'll wear shoe covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love your service staffing technician, because I flat out guarantee you, if I would send them to my mother's doorstep, I would never send them to you. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at servicestaffing.com. On the podcast, Air Cosmos with David Eagleman, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, passions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Matt Wells is distracted and losing some hair. Find that because always must be allergic to chicken none of that feeds the brain. Third that, stands to store. Then somebody says, why the hell do I think you know that? If it keeps up to you and the daughter stops making, the hair stops falling out, the diet of ice is a big part of Maxwell's diet. And the dog will be why the hell do I think you know that? The
support is sponsored by Family Dollar. Hop in the spring and save more at Family Dollar. Dress you up with beautiful dresses and rompers at great prices. And welcome guests with tasty snacks, beverages, and a variety of ice cream. Family Dollar, helping you do more. Ready for nothing. Why waste your time? I just lawyers enjoy it. So what? You tell me it's totally futile. 63 judges said no. Once you stop at 62, you gotta draw a line somewhere. I ran out. They'll handle Read the Room. Yes, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And that's the half pack going on 50. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. S-Y, because I love you, R-E-T-T. Again, all of bumper music tonight from 1974, Golden Earring, and Radar Love. A bizarre video from a village in Bolivia reportedly shows an alien body that was allegedly found following a UFO sighting. This very weird case reportedly began earlier this month in the remote community of Florida, where residents first spotted a mysterious green light in the sky. Following the peculiar sighting, they claimed that the diminutive humanoid with some likened to goblins were seen scrambling through the streets of the village. They were miniature beings, one witness recalled, like those little people who appear to children. A few days later, the odd incident began even stranger when what appeared to be the body of a small figure was found in a gutter, and as one resident marveled, the closer we got, we saw that it was an alien. You can see the video in the carousel of the coasttocoastam.com, and thanks to Coast News editor Tim Banal for each tweet as he explores the amazing and unusual world we live in. He taps into the minds of experts in their field who work tirelessly to unravel the greatest mysteries, and you can join George on his fabulous show Beyond Belief, now in its 21st season. Start watching episodes right now. Just go to beyondbelief.com. That's beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with self-taught metaphysician Mark Fiorentino as we discuss the theory of everything right here on Coast to Coast AM.
This banking crisis really has depositors and investors in a frenzy. If you have not done so already, now might be a great time to diversify, because as the financial markets have become more volatile, as banks have shed over 20% of their value overnight, gold has appreciated. That's right, gold historically performs well during times of high turbulence and uncertainty. You can purchase gold or silver and have it shipped directly to your home, fully insured, at bullionmax.com/post. And right now, Bullion Max will cover the shipping on any order over $199 when you go to bullionmax.com/post. No one knows when this current crisis will end or the long-term impact. You can have some peace of mind by diversifying some of your savings. Whether you're looking for a silver starter kit, like so many Coast to Coast listeners have already purchased, or maybe you want a couple ounces of gold to safely store in your safe. Find it at bullionmax.com/post, where you can start protecting your savings today.
While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings to add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team is switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25. And for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. We are back with Mark Fiorentino, and he is the author of Master of Reality, Super Relativity, the Unified Field Theory. Just before the break, you were explaining a little bit about the swift wave theory and space being comprised of ether and how we can achieve or break the light speed barrier. So, this is just theoretical, but in practical terms, what would you need to do? What kind of energy would be required? What kind of device would be required to break the light speed barrier?
When we last talked, I really focused mainly on magnetics, but I've now come to realize, because I continue studying, I don't give up. Even with my theory, I keep questioning and analyzing and looking at the data that's out there. And now, what I've come to realize that magnetic probably is a way to go, but it's probably easier for us to build an electrogravitic system because all it needs is very high voltage. Now, when you do the magnetic version, you need extremely high current to go through the coil to make a really powerful magnetic field. So I now have acquired two equations that can answer that precisely. So the paper I'm writing now, in which I talk about the discovery of a new type of gravity, gravity 1 or gravity 2, which is a non-contractive gravity, and anti-gravity, and the formulas for determining how much energy. And when I have that calculated out, I'm putting it into a spreadsheet now, I'm doing the calculation. I'll know exactly. And I would say, just a rough guess right now, several million volts of a capacitive charge that's got to be built up, and then you can stack the capacitors to get even higher voltage. We'll do the electrogravitic thing, following Thomas Townsend Brown's example and his design. So that one's much more achievable. The high current one just takes enormous amounts of power, so the magnetic one is probably going to take megawatts. It's a lot. I won't know for sure, and I don't, I'm just giving you, a guess based on the experiences that I've read about from people who've encountered UFOs, and it sounds like they've really run into some powerful magnetic fields there. There are many Teslas, maybe several hundred Teslas in strength, and that's going to take a lot of electricity. So right now, until I release that paper, I'm not going to get specific numbers, but I will in that paper, and people will be able to build an experiment based on those numbers, which are predicting how much energy is needed.
All right, so what happens? Mass increases almost exponentially as we approach the speed of light. So the vessel, the vehicle gets larger and larger and larger, that therefore requires more and more and more power. And how do we get around that?
So I love
that's the Lorentz
transformation.
transformation.
I'm a fan, but I really like the technology of it.
Regular
And
rockets,
also like
sort of
ChatGPT.
ordinary
So on
ion
this
propulsion
topic,
like that.
the Justin had
The
a
rocket
type of technology
will
called the Green
actually
Net.
contract in the
And
direction of motion,
ChatGPT
and the mass will increase as that contraction occurs.
achievable in the
And
coming
it will
century.
go right
So
up to
that's
the
okay what it
speed
was,
of light.
at least in the
And
show. It
believe me,
allows
you're going to have
users to
problems if
experience
you're in that
energy they
spaceship
desire.
and you're
It operates
traveling
by
without
projecting images and
being
sounds
in the
directly
slipway.
into the
So
user experience, while the technology for
it's a beautiful
direct brain
design, and
stimulation
I
exists,
believe
it's
in
never
an
very smooth
intelligent
and not
design.
precise enough to
There's
create
a
the
system
kind of
by
vivid,
which
immersive
you
experiences
can
that typically
defeat
use that tool.
all of those orange
It's also clear,
transformations, the increased
unclear how the Genomatic
multiply
would be able to
and
create
mass,
dreams that the user
the
has not already
contraction of
experienced, which is
length,
the key feature of
and
the device
time
itself.
dilation
The device
can all
raises many
be
ethical concerns in order to
neutralized by
manipulate
being
and
inside
force
of the
people's thoughts and
slipway, because
experiences.
all
It
those
could be
are
used
happening as massive
it could be
particles
used to
are going through
escape
space,
reality as
and
well. I
they're
think it could be
interacting with the
something
space,
that some elements
contracting,
of the population would
increasing in
definitely
mass.
want, others maybe
When
not.
you
It sounds like some of
remove
us
or
already do
force
this too, with
the
lucid
space
dreaming and being able to
inside
control
of the
our dreams.
spaceship
I
in the
feel this,
direction
others don't.
of gravity one, you break the inertia. There's no longer inertia being experienced. It's like you're in your own special realm when you're in the spaceship that has slipwave, which now I've evolved to slipwave 2.0, and that's part of what I'll have to write probably in another paper. But you have to pull space apart, which affects the supposed constants of permittivity and permeability, so that the mass and everything that the ship is made of is now no longer interacting and no longer experiencing inertia, no longer experiencing contraction, and the people inside will not feel any pullback as it accelerates. It will not, like when you're in a car and you hit the gas, you're going to be pushed back into the seat. That doesn't happen in a UFO. And that's not crushed by the gravitational forces. You're not crushed up to a pen. Yeah. If we built a spaceship with jets and tried to make the right angle turns that UFOs make, we'd be killed instantly. You have to cancel inertia, and the slipwave system does that. And so the UFOs that aliens make also do that, and it makes it possible to travel through space extremely fast and in real time. So if you wanted to go to the next star system, instead of taking 4.2 light years to get there one way, now you can do it in a matter of minutes, but you can go 50, 60, 100,000 times the speed of light by biasing space first, entering into the slipwave. Now, as you move through space, it's almost as if there's no space at all that you're moving through. Think about it this way. Distance equals rate times time. The only reason we have time is because we have a real distance. The ether does exist. And time intervals develop because it takes time to travel a real physical distance. If you use the slipwave, the distance from the front of the ship to the back of the ship and everything in there is as if there's no distance at all. And as that bubble moves through space, it's as if the space it's moving through is not there. So the amount of acceleration or the ability to, the velocity to increase is up to whatever you do want by pulling space apart, stretching it, being inside of that bubble, and that bubble moves through space at whatever speed you want, because it's almost nothing. The space there is almost not there at all. It's pulled apart so much. It's a simple, sensible system. It's just something that we have to realize is real and truly happens, because modern day physicists believe that permittivity and permeability are constant, and they can't be changed. But that doesn't really make sense, because the speed of light is also considered a constant, and my research has indicated that it is changing. It's slowing down. So, again, light moves at the speed of whatever speed it moves because of the density of space. When you go through water, it slows down. When you go through air, it slows down. When you go through glass, it slows down even more. The heavier, the thicker, the denser that medium, the slower it goes. So if you go back the other way and make the medium less dense, it can move faster. I don't know how much you're or how familiar you are with Bob Lazar and his claims about working on the back engineering of a vehicle at Area 51. Yeah.
Now, and he,
But go ahead.
well, I'm just going to say, he claims that the vehicle under study ran on antimatter, an antimatter reactor, and it was fueled by some chemical element. I think it had the atomic number 150, E115. I don't know what that element is called, ununpentium or something. Does that make sense based on what you're telling us now?
You know, last time we talked, I wasn't a big believer in Bob Lazar, and just things he said made me question things. Since then, I went back and I've re-listened to all his tapes. I've listened to his interviews, and that guy is for real.
Oh, man.
You should believe, I do. I believe everything he says. He's backed up that he was a physicist. There's evidence that verifies that, and he did work at Los Alamos. And yes, that system is probably some 0-point energy. Well, no, it's not zero. Not if he's doing antimatter. The thing that he described, he said it was like a cyclotron, so that there was huge amounts of current moving through it, and as he tried to put his hand close to it, it would be repelled. That's an indication that there's a very strong current field, and there are a very high voltage field that's shielded somehow, and it's making the repulsive force. But and that would happen if you had, the electrons or whatever moving about in a circular fashion. So yeah, I believe the guy, and because of his explanation, I was able to verify that gravity 1 exists, but he kept talking about gravity. Normal gravity is it's emitting gravity and anti-gravity out of these emitters. And that confused me for years, but now I realize that absolutely makes sense. So yeah, Bob Lazar, we owe him a debt of gratitude, because he gave us some very good clues as to what's really going on. And the chip that he was working on was electrogravitic model.
So you're confident you've cracked the unified field theory. This will allow us to travel at superluminal speed. Benefits and how much time you think it will take?
What the biggest obstacle is humanity and what you want to call the cabal or whatever it is. They're locking it down. And people who work on anti-gravity usually encounter a lot of trouble. And so, of course, I worry about that as well. But so far, nobody's said anything to me. The only thing I've noticed is some of my podcasts and stuff are edited. And when I go back and listen to them, when I talk about the magnetic field stuff, sometimes there's gaps. And it's happened 3 times now. And other than that, yeah, we could talk about that later after the show. I can give you an example. So I'm just going to keep going forward because I believe it's my life's mission to do this, and I was sent to do this, so I feel an obligation to continue working on this paper and bringing forth the information. What is it going to take? It's going to take the government, the military-industrial complex, mainly the aeronautical groups that make the jets and the UFOs and seats and so forth, not stopping them. But that's the biggest thing.
But they already have this now, correct? The government.
At least so, yeah.
Right. Are you simply working, not simply, are you working just on paper, or are you also, for example, creating anti-gravity field?
I built a device I called magneto vortex drive, but the energies I was using were too low. I did get a signal of something which caused me to do more research. It appeared to me initially that one end, the North Pole of the magnet, was actually making, I'm not looking at the drawings here, an attractive, and the South Pole would be repulsive. So I researched things. Said, how can this be? You know, I'm expecting that at the time that the magnetic field will just simply make an anti-gravity field when it's strong enough. But instead, I saw that one side, one pole was pulling, was an attractive, and the other side was repulsive. Now, with that said, I eventually found what was causing that effect, which is really a magnetic effect. But it took me to rethink everything. I re-examined and discovered that the lines of force are drawn incorrectly. It's a long story in itself. I could get into that if you want, but the lines of force and magnetic fields, electrostatic fields, I believe are incorrect. But to further this discovery, I then researched Bob Lazar, who claims in the UFO that he worked on that the emitter emitted a gravitational field at one end and the a repulsive anti-gravity field at the other end. Starts to make sense now. Townsend Brown said if I have the anode of the capacitor facing up, the thing gets lighter and it has a thrust upward. If I flip it around, it gets heavier, it goes downward. Again, there is an indication that the poles emit both an attractive force on one end and an anti-gravity force on the other. Now the evidence is mounting for me to adjust my theory of anti-gravity and including a new type of non-contractive gravity.
All right, I've got to jump in here, Mark, because we're heading into the top of the hour. We'll come back and discuss further things like, well, we'll get into how stars are formed according to your breakthrough discovery, and we'll also talk about Stargate technology, perhaps Project Sunshade, and much more. Mark Giordano is with us as we discuss the unified field theory, the theory of everything. Now, taking us into the break from 1974, Cat Stevens, and Oh Very Young. Oh Very Young, what do you recognize? You're only dancing on the very bars of wine. I know you're feeling not fantastic now. It's so fast, the way you like to dance, and you and up to the sky. And though you want to be like forever, you know we never will. Have to make it alive. Oh, very young, what can you do for the time? There'll never be that chance in your mind. And if you are this person, that is. I never chose to be told yes, Daddy. But what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor. Admitting it was power to solve my problem, that opened the door. I thought I would be unfair until I called 1-800-GAMBLER and was provided life-changing resources and referrals at zero cost to me. For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Japanese live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to get his raise. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. You could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
The Manawak is a brand new fiction podcast that narrates supernatural horror storytelling with an immersive psychological thriller. Tune in to uncover the chilling stories and secrets that only the caves themselves.
There are no victims, no prosecution, no defenses, no judges.
Listen to the Manawak Cave, that's MANTAWAUK on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you missed it, we got it.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Knock, knock, shoot. I'm Jason Middleton, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The search is on for a shooter who killed a man and hurt another by knocking on the back door of a home in Van Nuys. The LAPD responded at 2 a.m. west of Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Witnesses say a man knocked on the door, and when the first person opened the door, the shooter shot both men and ran away. Detectives say both people and the shooter may have known each other, but the shooting was not gang-related. A Wall Street Journal reporter from the U.S. has been arrested in Russia accused of spying. Evan Gershkovich's friends say he is being held hostage.
They don't know he's part of the bogus. Evan was not a spy. Evan was a journalist.
President Biden is working on Gershkovich's immediate release as he awaits a trial. ABC's Lamar Hakan says the journalist was arrested Thursday and is accused of collecting information on an enterprise of the military-industrial complex.
Now, his case is called top secret, which is why his trial will also most likely be held in secret.
His arrest comes 4 months after the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner. Gershkovich is the first yesterday. This comes after 4 people were killed in structural collapses in Illinois. 9 deaths happened in McNairy County, Tennessee, about 110 miles east of Memphis. Officials also confirmed storm-related deaths from the same major storm system in Arkansas, Alabama, Illinois, Indiana, Mississippi, and Delaware. Twitter Blue kicks in today, so people have to pay to be verified.
The problem at hand is that anyone can gain a blue check mark, meaning it will now simply serve as a verification that the account is paid and not a verification of the user itself.
ABC's ICJC says official organizations and some government officials will continue to be verified with a gray check mark. The White House says it's not going to pay up. A girl who has been teased over her big feet now has big bragging rights.
Woman Rabbi has claimed the kid's world record title for largest feet in her age category. Ruby's 10.5-inch feet helped her secure the title in the girls' 7 to 9-year-old category. The now 10-year-old fourth grader from Michigan had to submit an application for the record, which included several pictures of her feet next to a tape measure. Ruby's mom says the win helped to boost Ruby's confidence because the girl had been teased over the size of her feet. Layla Muhammad, KFI News.
Making his way through the back on the 5 southbound between Vista Del Lago and Templin Highway. The emergency roadwork blocking all lanes overnight. Traffic will be detoured onto State Route 138 to the 14 south and back to the 5. There's traffic trouble in Baldwin Park on the 10 eastbound before the 605. Crash block to right lane just south from Valley Boulevard. And in Mid City on the 10 eastbound before Crenshaw, a bicycle is in the right lane. They're stopping go from La Cienega. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
This is released to found your service testing is plumbing, heating, and AC. It's another good deed for free. Our technician Thomas was with the training man performing a tune-up recently for an elderly woman. He said she'd been waiting 2 years for him to show up, so she heard on the radio that we do good deeds for free. She had a broken credit. She explained that her husband had recent problems. Thomas and Matt fixed up cleaner, licked her split, and got the tune-up done as well. The happy widow thanked them profusely, and she said she was so grateful for a company that does good deeds for free. Well, it's our pleasure. Can we do a good deed for you too? Give us a call. Service testing, plumbing, heating, AC, and good deeds for free.
For all of us, this generation and the next, there is simply no place in our lives for litter. And yet, it's everywhere we look. And unfortunately, it does belong to all of us. So let's come together and create a litter-free clean California once and for all. Join us at cleanca.com. That's cleanca.com. Let's do it together. Brought to you by Caltrans.
Golden Voice Person, Powered, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, BBC, Ozzy Osbourne, School. You'll have to get tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP at the Safari Day Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at PowerTrip.live. On sale April 6th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Enter for your chance to win now. Now, iHeartRadio.com/Power Trip. America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. So again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. We once got paid in Burger King. It didn't all play something. It was sort of like a little. If you were saying, "Oh, man, we don't make any money. We're only going to raise for he gave us." Oh, I tried to think because sometimes they would give you like a food bucket. That's my sharp negotiating skills. John and Ken, here you go. Have you go for $1 off a lot for live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. You can find info and more at RudyBaxter.com. Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett. Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. The website strangeplanet.ca. Remember this one from 74? The stylistic and rock and roll baby. An intriguing piece of footage from Florida shows a trio of lights that appear to be the points of a triangular UFO floating across the night sky. The strange incident was reportedly captured on March 17th by the doorbell camera at a residence in the community of Sunrise. The intriguing footage begins with a glowing orb entering into view, and as it moves further into the sky, it's joined by a pair of other lights, which together form a triangle. When the formation crosses the halfway point of the horizon, two of the illuminations appear to vanish, so they may have simply floated behind the clouds. Based on noise made from a car in the footage, it would appear that the curious anomaly in the sky did not make any sound. To that end, many online observers have compared the oddity seen in the video to the silent black triangle craft that have been reportedly seen by witnesses in the past and are now believed maybe to be some kind of secret military technology. Thanks once again to Coast News editor Tim Banal for this one. You can find the story and watch the footage for yourself in the carousel at coasttocoastam.com. Paranormalspace.com, the online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. If you're sick of being single, if you're fed
phone on a Sunday morning, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Dates has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and a special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Dates. And all that's free to do, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs nothing. Send a link so you can start contacting the people that you've connected straight away. And search by location to find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Dates today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDates.com. Remember, you are not alone. Back to more of my conversation with Mark Fiorentino as we discuss the theory of everything, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Actually, you can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he just told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivora.
Call 866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. And coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
And we are back with Mark Fiorentino, the author of Master of Reality, Super Relativity for Unified Field Theory. The book of Unified Field Theory, which you believe you have cracked, this also, you believe, can explain the formation of stars?
Yeah, there's a whole theory based on the neutron as being the primary thing that causes the universe to come about. So how I got to that was assuming intelligent design. I said that it's no accident that when you put a neutron into outer space and you away from everything else, a single one, 15 minutes it turns into hydrogen, a proton and electron. That's deliberate. That was by design, which means at the beginning, the Big Bang, when that happened, the thing that blew up must have been made of solid neutrons, so neutronium. And so what do we find now, for astrophysicists, when a star explodes, what's left behind? I'll ask you, give you a shot at answering it, because you're pretty familiar with all this stuff. What's left? When a star explodes?
The one thing that stars don't produce is helium, correct?
No. Stars build from hydrogen, they make helium, that's fusion. There's a fusion process going on. But when a star blows up, what's left is either a neutron star or a black hole.
Right.
Now, physicists, they say, and they do this a lot, they misinterpret a simple thing. They say, you know what I think happened? I think when the star exploded, just before it exploded, it all collapsed and had this super big, crushing of matter and energy. And the result, as it blows up, is that it creates a neutron star. No. What I'm saying happened makes more sense. The neutron star was already there. And in every star, the center of that star is a solid neutron sphere rapidly spinning, which is what causes the sun and other stars to have rotation. This is a frame dragging aspect of the rapidly spinning neutron sphere that's inside of it. So where did those things come from? That means all the stars we see in the universe and the planets, we'll get to that later, all the stars have neutron spheres in them, or black holes if they're big enough. And where do they come from? The Big Bang. And the neutron is the basic thing that's necessary to build this universe. And when the Big Bang happened, what came out of that massive black hole, which is made of solid neutronium, because sometimes when the really big stars blow up, they leave a black hole. Why not assume that the black hole is made out of neutronium, only much denser? When you get to a certain size, the gravity becomes so strong that it creates a black hole. So what I'm saying is that stars form from neutron gas that comes out at the Big Bang with huge amounts of neutron spheres spinning about in various sizes. The bigger ones form galaxies around them, which attract lots of neutron gas, which in 15 minutes turns to hydrogen. Star building can start almost immediately. And then with that is, of course, millions of smaller sized ones. The ones that are big enough will form into stars because you need a gravitational force to pull the hydrogen together. If you ask an astrophysicist, how do stars form? They start to stammer and, we'll hit the ground and look down. Well, we think the gas just kind of goes into knots and then just falls together by gravity, knowing that the gravitational force is way too weak to overcome the electromagnetic force of the proton, the repulsive force. They know that. So they know that explanation makes no sense, but they stick with it. So what I'm saying is star formation comes about because of the neutronium spheres attract the neutron gas of the hydrogen that's formed, pulls it together, and when it gets close and it's spinning around, that gas gets so pressurized from that intense magnetic field that pulls that gas in there, it starts the fusion process. Then helium is created, and then the next element, carbon, silicon, until, of course, each time it goes up and runs out of fuel and goes up to the next element, it burns hotter. Eventually, it burns so hot it blows the atmosphere off, and you see the neutron star again, and pulsars, which are remnant neutron stars that are rapidly spinning. And that's basic theory.
What do we do with black holes? Are they not eventually going to swallow us up? What can we do in the meantime with black holes, and can that be prevented?
Well, yeah, when I realized that the universe is actually collapsing, I thought about, well, there's a problem there, and maybe is there anything we could do to fix that? So I invented the idea of the stellar converter, which uses the slipwave technology. I did some research and continue to find evidence that the universe is actually collapsing. We're moving towards a great attractor. We know that. And that's a big, massive object that's out there. and our galaxy is moving toward it at about 1.3 million miles an hour. So that explains why galaxies that we see out there are accelerating. They're not accelerating because of a mythical, what's that particle called, dark energy causing an expansion. They're actually falling toward other black holes, all scattered, massive ones. I call them Titan-sized ones. They're falling toward those. So I realized that in the end, this universe is going to collapse together, and we're already in that phase. So I thought, well, is there anything we could do to solve it? So I invented the stellar converter, which uses anti-gravity technique to contact it at the poles. You can use the electrostatic type or the magnetic type. I know the magnetic type is working because they've seen way out at far distant ends of the universe these quasars, and they're shooting out of what appears a black hole. Out of the poles, they're shooting immense amounts of particles of light, and they're magnetic because they can see that the light coming out of it has been polarized, and that takes a big, intensive magnetic field. So there is some evidence that this will work. That's naturally caused by an accretion layer of the disk, or by somebody who's, causing a black hole to empty out. This is the only way you can do that safely. They could use because it's neutronium, made of neutronium, the particles coming out of there will be neutrons initially, they'll shoot out. Within 15 minutes, the neutrons will turn into protons and electrons, which form hydrogen. And if they shoot it towards another neutron star, they could start building stars from that. That's a lot of work. And I don't know if we could swing it, because the super gigantic ones, they're going to be hard to empty out. And it's going to take billions and billions and billions of years to do this. And I don't know if it's practical. I think naturally, over time, the titans will merge. The galaxies are already falling towards them. In time, this universe will physically end, and everything in it will pass away as well, unless you're on a starship that can get far enough from.
All right, so we're talking about billions and billions of years, so we should still, we should still renew our 5-year market.
Yeah, sure.
but can we pull energy out of black holes?
Well, you can pull the hydrogen, and that's, a massive object, but, it's got energy in it. It's got the electron and so forth. Can you make like a unity beam, a device or some kind of zero-point energy device? Maybe, it takes a little imagination to do that, but, the fact that it's moving or spinning, that could be used in some way to create power, perhaps. I haven't really done.
Okay, what about just from the ether then? What about just from the ether? Can we, is that what they call 0 points from the ether?
Yeah, and Stephen Greer is doing a lot with that right now. I think he's pursuing people that have made claims that they have 0-point energy, working solid-state devices. And so, yeah, I think that's very doable. Now, when last time we talked, I wasn't so sure about it, but my continual research has convinced me that, yeah, there's people that have succeeded. And I know this for a fact because a long time ago, I went on a date with somebody who will remain nameless, who works for True Power. And that person says, I was in the tax department. This is funny. You know what? I've seen tax that'll change the world. There are energy creation devices that would change the world. And I said, well, what happens to them? We just buy them and hold them. They're out there. They're out there and they're holding them. The power companies are holding them. Government back them up on that, and you better not, you have to overcome this inertia that's coming from the side of the country of this government that wants to keep all that technology away from the people. And because there's money to be made by continuing to sell power, by burning fuels and so forth. And so, yeah, I think it's very possible to, and there's a variety of ways, some of which I haven't even thought of, but there's other people that are very clever and have apparently succeeded according to Stephen Diz.
All right, Stargate technology, the ability to travel to different time and space dimensions. Does the theory of everything, or the unified field theory, allow for that?
Yeah, in my book, I talk about Stargate technology, and the trick to get that to work is you have to use some structure, the frame around it, let's say, like you see in the show, has to be built from fractal lenses. Fractal lens is a technology that uses metamaterial, which allows the speed of light to accelerate beyond its normal speed, all the way up to infinitely fast. And that's what's being claimed on research case by material scientists right now. They claim that they've succeeded in building metamaterials that, going back to Maxwell's equation, that affect the permittivity and permeability. They could take it down to zero by arranging the atoms inside of the material in a certain pattern. And they claim when you shine light in it, it goes infinitely fast. And that's what's needed. If you put a laser beam into that and then pass it through, and what comes out is super high frequency photons. And that is what's used to tune the space within the framework of the Stargate. You have to increase the frequency a lot to get to other dimensions. There are higher levels. And you can open Stargates to other times and other dimensions, theoretically.
I have the insight of past and future. Past and
future, yeah. Either way. Now, I don't know the mathematics involved or any of that, but I'm sure if the government has succeeded, and I suspect they have, that they have the math and they have the physicists and they have the computers that can modulate and create the right frequency by adjusting the metamaterials and the power of the laser. And they may even use sound in conjunction on high frequencies to make these Stargates open portals. All it is to another time or another dimension or another area of our galaxy or universe.
Well, we've had guests on here who claim that they work for some of these or are involved in some projects involving time travel, like Project Pegasus, for example. Do you have any reason to doubt that this technology? I'll tell you what. I'll ask you this after the break. We're heading to the bottom of the hour. I can ask you whether you think this technology is already in the hands of some sort of breakaway civilization or the government. I'll get to the answer that on the other side, and I will get to calls with Mark Fiorentino, the author of Master of Reality, taking us into the break. Here's another great hit from 1974, John Lennon, Whatever Gets You Through the Night on Coast to Coast AM.
Whatever gets you through the night. Whatever gets you through
Jason Middleton live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. One person has been killed in a shooting in the parking lot of a shopping center in West Hill. ABC's Alex Stone says up to 3 more people have been hurt in that shooting. The victims went down in a parking lot outside of the Trader Joe's store. At least one suspect took off in a red car, which was found by police. The man seen in handcuffs along with a woman. The LAPD says it's unknown if the shooter knew the victim. Anaheim police have asked the community for help in finding an urn stolen from a family's home. The family says the urn contains the ashes of their son's remains. Police say the family is offering a $5,000 reward for the safe return of the urn, no questions asked. All southbound lanes of the 5 freeway near Passaic will be closed tonight and tomorrow night as crews work to limit damage from a landslide caused by recent storms. The closure is between Vista Del Lago Road and Templin Highway. The landslide has reduced the 4-lane freeway to downtown LA. It's on the 110 northbound before the 101. The 3 right lanes are blocked is jammed from the 10 freeway. Make your way through Mid-City, the 10 eastbound flow between Fairfax and the 110. South LA, the 110 southbound before Manchester, crash blocks the right lane. You're stopping Oak Florence. In Monterey Park, the 60 westbound before Garfield, the crash blocks the left lane. You're slow from Wilcox. And the crash cleared on the 10 eastbound before the 605. You're slow from Jersey. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. On the podcast, Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, passions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Struggling with sleep apps? Now there's Inspire, the only FDA-approved obstructive sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body. Treat the root cause of sleep apnea with just a click of a button. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Visit InspireSleep.com to learn more.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did do was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLE or text SUPPORT to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. KFI, AM 640. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp.
Oh, okay. And what happened with that?
I think the thing for high schoolers, hey, fellow kids, Jerry and Janet.
I think you could.
Not with your airline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You can go roundabout and you're supposed to do like your quarter of a turn and then keep going straight. So she does a 360, she goes all the way around and then goes on the street that we want to go on. That's what we do. Because this roundabout, you gotta go around the whole thing.
You want to know roundabout?
Is that right? Son, it's a Conway Jr. show. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, but nothing.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I've heard stories of people that go to like senior care retirement villages and bring the kids around there for a relationship. My grandma had a boyfriend, his name was Howard, in her 70s. Howard was shady as hell, by the way. When you're in your 70s and it's just a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you could have been on it. Or you're just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
To talk to Richard Serra, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818.
Yes, so that's the matter. This is just something that I have found helps if I only speak using either Wi-Fi that works much better or either on my cell line. But when I have both on at the same time, it's like that switchover can cause issues and then it might some individual people. So
Welcome back. And Canadian song ship The Guess Who and their 1974 song paying homage to the late American DJ Robert Wesley Smith, aka Wolfman Jack. A recent video captured by a plane passenger over Stratford, Connecticut sparked interest and debate among UFO enthusiasts and skeptics alike. The video shows a white oval-shaped object flying at high speed and altitude with no apparent wings, tail, engine, or exhaust. The object resembles the so-called six-pack UFOs that were encountered by U.S. Navy pilots in 2004 and 2015 and are still unexplained by the government. Eyewitness states, on Saturday, March 11, 2023, I was flying south over Central California on Southwest Airlines Flight 2463 from Sacramento Airport to San Diego. I was seated in the window seating on the left side in the middle of the plane, right behind the left wing. About halfway through our flight, I was looking out the window and saw a six-pack UFO in distance traveling perpendicular to us. It was a white cylinder craft with no wings, windows, markings, or discernible features. It was a smooth white cylinder with no visible means of propulsion or exhaust flume. The video has attracted thousands of views and comments, and some people are suggesting that the object is an alien spacecraft, a secret military project, a drone, a balloon, or a hoax. And you can read more of the story in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. If you like what you hear from me tonight this morning, if you want to learn more, you can visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, and once you're there, you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serra's Strange Planet, with new episodes dropping every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Richard Serra's Strange Planet. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to think about a premium subscription. There are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listening, a free subscription to my newsletter, discounts on merch, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over to strangeplanet.ca. That's more of my conversation with Mark Giordino as we discuss the theory of everything, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies that stars in wagon journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Fortunately, I'm like a mess. Always itching, flipping. His cars were sticking wet. He had bald spots on his back. TINOPICO.com. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog.
How happy your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite at DINOVIPC.com.
While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to 200 U.S.-based customer support teams exclusive users. Plus, you can keep your phone and number. There's no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You or you add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by a 100% risk-free guarantee. Join millions of others who switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. All right, let's go to the phone for Mark Fiorentino and Jason is in Olympia, Washington. Jason, welcome to Coast.
Thank you so much, Richard, for taking my call. And Mark, it's amazing that we are so privileged to have a brilliant mind like you amongst us. And I really appreciate what you have to speak about. My question for you is, earlier in the show, you spoke about the ether, and I guess, does that have any relevance to tachyon particles? And when you spoke about the ether, I've done some research on my own, and tachyon particles is a subatomic particle even smaller than what we are aware of. What are your thoughts on that? And then my last comment, my favorite comment from Albert Einstein, what you can't imagine, you can't discover.
All right, great question, Jason. Thank you for that. All right, tachyon particles, Mark.
Tachyon particles, something that's come up from, I guess, science fiction mainly, hasn't it? I don't think they've ever actually discovered the tachyon, so at this point, I'm taking the stand it probably doesn't exist. And it's not necessary for faster than light travel. But if it did exist, it's just like any other particle, like the photon. It's an electromagnetic device. In my theory, the photon moves at the maximum rate of speed because it's a neutrally charged, it's half positive, half negative, flies in a straight line, does not accelerate, so it does not generate mass. So the tachyon could somehow have to outperform the photon by even somehow being even more neutral. I don't know how that could be, because the photon has a zero charge. So the tachyon would have to have zero charge and for some reason be able to move at a faster than light speed. But I don't know if there's any scientists out there looking for it. But yeah, I keep an open mind. Maybe someday they'll discover it. But as of this time, it's not around.
Jason, great call. Thank you for that. Kelly from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Kelly, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you, Tom.
Hi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. I was going back to, I was listening about conversation about UFOs and this and that. Looking, you got your magnetic fields and all this and that, and gravity and this and that, and you got black matter too. Wouldn't black matter be kind of involved? I know black matter has side.
I don't know, if you mean dark matter, about to it. Right, yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Kelly. Theory, if at all.
Dark matter, well, it's very poorly defined because they don't know what it is. They think there's something out there, there's extra mass that they can't explain. I personally think that extra mass are neutron spheres. If they're not near anything, they have enormous mass and you can't really detect them. If there's nothing around them spinning rapidly, any ions, they're not pulsars. It would be completely silent. So there's probably a lot of additional neutronium spheres that make up every galaxy and account for the extra mass that keeps the galaxy spinning the way they do and not flying apart. So that's what I think the dark matter is. It's not some mysterious particle undiscovered or whatever. I don't think that's ever going to pan out.
All right, I'm going to ask a question here that came to me via the email, and it's from Doc Edwin Young, talking about, well, it reminded me of his question of some of the Grant Cameron of presidentialufos.com things. I could say someone from MJ12 or Majestic 12 suggested that there is an ESP component to UFO propulsion, and Doc Edwin Young's question specifically has to do with the effects of the focused mind energy on the ether. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree that technology is out there. I mean, when we're talking about people that are millions upon millions of years more advanced, a human being 100,000 years from now is going to have amazing psychic abilities. Over time, it gets so powerful. You know, we're only a level 1 consciousness. There's, according to aliens, or people who have talked to aliens, they say there's 10 levels, and we are only at level 1. We're just now evolving, and there's psychic mediums that are coming about now in greater numbers. But yeah, a lot of these people that claim they've been abducted and so forth say that some of these alien technologies, they're biological, they're craft, and they're controlled by mind, telekinetic type things that can manipulate and bias based through mental powers. And I fully believe that that's very possible, and I don't, argue with the possibility and probability that the very advanced aliens are way beyond the slip wave that I describe in my book. That's entry-level technology if you want to get into outer space and explore the universe. What they're doing is a slip wave that's created mentally, and that's pretty, it's almost godlike powers.
All right. Thank you for the call. Let's add to Scott, who's he was in Costa Mesa, California. Good morning, Scott. Welcome to Coast.
Hey guys, hey Richard, Mark, you got my last thing. Right. I think to go back to the sort of space travel, I'm secure enough to say that a lot of it is going way over my head, but I'm kind of grasping it a bit. But I'm curious, I missed a little bit of your show, and you might have already mentioned this, but can I throw a hypothetical out there that if you're traveling light years, light speed, the speed of light, you need to know the things that will be in your way during that path of travel, like the unseen or the unknown. Can those create a catastrophe with your ship or whatnot?
Great question.
Yeah, and I agree with your thought process, because I said, there's going to be some problems here traveling at this speed. So they must have some advanced plotting system or something now. So what I've done is ask people that are going to be people who claim they, I've gone on board ships, and I ask them about this, and they say they follow magnetic field lines that apparently stretch across space between all the stars and planetary systems, and they travel these lines, and they can detect if there's going to be anything in the way. It's kind of like a passive radar system in a way, and that's what they claim they use. But you're right, there's a big problem. If you don't be careful and you hit something going 100,000 times the speed of light, it's not going to be a situation where you survive. On the other hand, alien craft are known to be able to go through solid objects. So maybe they're advanced technology that allows them to do that. And I've talked to people in Australia who were abducted and said, hey, when I'm on board, sometimes we go right through the middle of the planet, come out at the other side. So they have a technology that they can use while in motion that allows them to pass through solid material. So maybe that's employed as well to keep them safe, because it's very dangerous to go beyond the speed of light.
God, thank you for your question. I got to squeeze this question in, Mark, and that has to do with the near-death experience and how that might fit into the theory of everything and unified field theory.
Well, I discovered the signature of God, what I call the signature of God, which a near-death experiencer named Sinclair Dennis called the pattern. And I decided to look through near-death experiences for the thing that Einstein was looking for, which was a dynamical geometry. And I thought, I listened to what Einstein said about, I want to know God, how God created this world. I'm not interested in that or that, this or that phenomenon or this spectrum or that element. I want to know its source. So with that in mind, I said, okay, now I'm going to go ask God, and I'm not going to die to do it, but somebody else did. And if God wants to get me a message, he'll show somebody this geometry I'm looking for, and I'll know it's right because it'll be composed of three elements. And I found this lady, Sinclair Dennis, had a near-death experience, saw this thing, and basically God tells her this thing, this pattern is representative of time, space, and energy that's generating matter. Exactly what my theory says. And it was a trefoil. So here's an instance where somebody has a near-death experience, gains universal knowledge, comes back, and I'm able to fit it into the pattern, into the unified field theory. From that pattern, that trefoil knot, I was able to devise the mathematics to predict that the quarks are moving rapidly around. They're going to generate mass, and that is the unified field theory. Basically, that completes the mechanical explanation. So definitely, to me, near-death experiences are very important. I believe them. I believe these people are telling the truth. There may be one or two people who are making stuff up, but I will tell you there's hundreds of thousands of them out there, and there are more showing up on the internet every day, more writing books. It's real. The afterlife is real. And we should go and check with the Creator if we want to know how things work.
All right, first-time caller Roy in Ferguson, Missouri. Roy, welcome to the coast.
You're sure? Hi, guys.
Hi there.
Yeah, I want to know how Einstein came up with his theory. He had 12 that day. Now, he wouldn't get something to do with it. He eclipsed to know what to do with it. In Australia, taking pictures of the eclipse to do a certain experiment to prove that this theory was wrong. Now, I kind of watched a lot of stuff about the Egyptians, what do you call them, the pictures on the wall and stuff.
Hieroglyphics.
That certain stamps in their hands that seem like they surround objects. I don't know if they're magnetic, so they're stones or something, but...
Okay, hang on, Roy. Let me just, we're really tight on time here. Just about out of time. Is this to eclipse an Einstein's experiment with someone in Australia? Can you just ring a bell, Mark?
I think the one that actually proved them right, there were people in Australia, there were people in South America, the one in Africa was the one I think was on a little island just off of Africa that confirmed the bending of light as it was going around the sun and basically confirmed general relativity. That's what I believe happened. Yep.
All right, so, Master of Reality, how do we get a copy of the book?
You can go to my website. I got Martin's links right on the main page, www.super-relativity.com. And you can buy it from Amazon, or I have a limited supply at my house. I can send you a signed copy, but I'll probably run out of those really quick if a lot of people order them, and then you may have to wait for a while until your shipment comes in. But you can get it through my website, to buy a book, I can sign it, or you can buy it from Amazon, and I got the link that takes you right to Amazon, and you can buy either a Kindle version or the hard copy.
All right, we've linked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com. Well, Mark, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. I always learn so much when I speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
All right, when we come back, whistleblower, targeted individual Michael Fitzgerald will be here. Taking us into the great Grand Funk Railroad and the locomotion from 74 on Coast to Coast AM. For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text SUPPORT to 53342, brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Hop in the spring and save more at Family Dollar. Dress you up with beautiful dresses and bumpers at great prices. And welcome guests to tasty snacks, beverages, and a variety of ice cream. Family Dollar, helping you do more. No one has the same taste as you. Damn right. From the music you love to the podcast, you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. The portions of the following program will be recorded. I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the sanctity of elections, but it is a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere. We like to assume that elections are just absolutely procedurally run mechanisms. The idea that there wouldn't be problems is that it's KFI, AM 640, KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. Even a moderate amount of alcohol can be brain Stop it. What are you doing? Decline. I don't want to hear about cognitive decline. 7 or more units of alcohol per week. Stop it. Is associated with higher iron levels in the brain. Well, iron's good, not in the brain. Oh, serious. I forgot. What are we talking about? Cognitive decline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Not just stimulating talk. It's more. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Torrento Valley shoppers and Candy reveal from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. On Brittany, dead 3 others wounded after shooting outside of a West Hills grocery store. Chris Caraccio has that story. Police responded to the scene at a Trader Joe's grocery store on Saturday afternoon and found a 45-year-old dead at the scene. One woman has been hospitalized in critical condition. Another woman and a man are in serious to critical condition. Authorities say a suspect has been taken into custody, and an investigation into what led up to the shooting is ongoing. I'm Chris Caraccio. High-end properties started costing more this weekend with measures ULA and the so-called mansion tax going into effect here in LA. They add the 4% tax to the price of homes and other buildings selling for $5 million and up, and a 5.5% tax on those selling for over $10 million. Expected to raise about $900 million a year. The Anaheim's offering $5,000 for the return of an urn containing her son's remains. The urn was left out on the porch of her home on Illinois Street back on March 21st. Why it was on the porch is unclear.
Anybody with any information is asked to call the Anaheim Police Department. The Queen Mary is offering limited tours for the first time since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. At that same time, it was discovered that the historic 86-year-old ship needed $23 million worth of urgent repairs to stay in the water. About 20% of the ship was open during the initial tours, and hotel bookings are being accepted for reservations starting in May. SoFi Stadium is playing host to the spectacle known as WrestleMania this weekend. The 39th edition of the Pro Wrestling Extravaganza continues today, starting at 4:30. The performers including John Cena, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, Charlotte Flair, and Logan Paul. Southland weather from KFI, clear overnight with temps near 50. Mostly sunny later on today with highs in the low 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, and the low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. Another small storm moves in late tomorrow night with scattered showers after midnight, mostly in the mountain areas. Right now, Fullerton has 53 degrees, Huntington Beach at 52, Whittier at 51, and Northridge at 53 degrees. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
On this podcast, Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, actions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brains and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the smell good plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
So you haven't seen them.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer socket. The smell good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like upfront and everything. I just got a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license number. There's no place for you here to keep headphones, is there?
No, we have to put our belongings with us when we leave and bring them back in the morning.
I think I'm going to go to Vaughn, and I'm going to steal one of those little kid carts that they allow you to push around. Baby carts. And have that to store our stuff in.
I don't think you should steal a shopping cart, though.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. My grandfather bought a Chevrolet Capri, and it's the first one that he, if you didn't wear the seatbelt, he cut him out of the car. Get the seatbelt out. He cut all the seatbelts out of the car. It was a Tim Conway Jr. show, and he put the little class into the other class so that that would stop working. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Go on Instagram at Conway Show.
Would you put a video of you smelling your bag?
Oh, with that too?
No, I guess not. I'm going to smell probably with bag.
Oh, no, not again.
But it does smell genuine leather. It's a high-end bag. It's Tim Conway Jr. show. And I know, because it's not a snow, so I guess I gotta say. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There is a Russian analyst who says that who intends to take us all with them? Because I'm going to do a supply check on my budget tonight. He's going to make sure I have everything.
Then we should go and check it out, in case we want to back in.
I'm not going anywhere with the cocoa. I'm going to do vaporized yet. Johnny, you're just going to be a pile of smoking rules. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. There you are. There's like a LinkedIn page for this. Why are you so interested? I don't know. Well, that's not my style, but I'm not a man who knows a guy who knows a guy. It would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. You are with me, yes, tonight. Music playing, I'll try to play it in silence. I feel no woman better. Lord, I feel such we surrender. Beautiful as a dream that makes me coast to coast AU. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Sherry. As we continue with our tribute to 1974, some great music from that year, and this is Andrew Wackham, born in Montreal back in 1946, known professionally as Andy Kim and Rocking Gently. My guest, coming up next, reveals a new form of covert domestic terrorism being perpetrated on innocent United States citizens and millions of people around the world. This crime, he says, has infiltrated every aspect of society, secretly flourishing at the expense of the U.S. taxpayer, and is being scaled to the entire global population. My conversation with whistleblower, targeted individual, Michael 6Q Bell, and that begins right after this on Coast to Coast AM.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies that stars with wildest journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Forcing him is always looking because we're speaking what he had. All his songs on his back. Yeah, 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog.
Having your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite from ViralRabbi.com.
Looking to build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved. You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement savings, six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Gibson, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economist and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call this retirement discount. You get you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, so when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you need is shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. Whistleblower Michael Bell is a victim of what is referred to as an unacknowledged special access program created by the United States government and believed to be part of the military black ops portion of the shadow government. Michael is victimized through the illegal misuse of advanced nanotechnology, biomedical devices embedded throughout his body using clandestine government classified technology. He's the author of Invisible Crime 1, 1, and 2, and his latest is American Cyborg, the globalist cabal, Project Monarch, and the military-industrial complex. Michael, welcome back to Coast AM. How are you?
Yo, dog.
It's great to be back on Coast to Coast. I'm great.
Like, what makes
great to be here?
Facebook's gonna work.
For those who are not familiar with your story and missed your previous appearances on Coast, just tell us how this horrific chapter in your life all began.
Okay. It was. I guess I can tell you it started in January of 2008. It actually had been started earlier in my life, but I was only aware of it in January 2008. I was drugged and abducted from an apartment that I was living in Hollywood, California. And I remember the perpetrators wearing frightening masks and at one point lying on a stainless steel surgical table with a bright light shining on me and surgeons standing over me wearing surgical masks. And I woke up thinking it was the next morning, but to my horror I discovered it was actually 8 days later. And I noticed my body is riddled with dozens of tiny corresponding and symmetrical covert cosmetic surgery incision scars, and I consulted with several private investigators and a former CIA agent that informed me that it sounded like I'd become what is known as a targeted individual, and I had possibly been implanted with advanced nanotechnology biomedical devices. So I literally traveled around the world collecting the medical evidence in the form of MRIs, ultrasounds, X-rays, all with verified and validated real doctor's reports, all clearly showing foreign objects directly beneath the surgical incision scars. The private investigator and the former CIA agent all told me that I was likely part of a massive field test in a illegal clinical trial of human experimentation using classified technologies. It's believed that this system is the most advanced weapon system ever created by mankind, and a weapon in every sense of the word. It's a human experimentation program that causes extreme psychological terror as well as physical torture. And this kind of illegal human experimentation is considered a war crime and is the highest ranking type of capital punishable crime punishable by the death penalty. And it's been estimated that as much as many as 50%, a third to 50% of Americans have already been implanted with non-therapeutic, non-consensual RFID biomedical implant technology without their knowledge, permission, or consent. Technology is way ahead of the law. The law has a lot of catching up to do.
All right. I want to come back to that point in a moment because if you're curious to know how that figure is arrived at, and that's startling. 1/3 to 50% of Americans have basically been implanted with RFID chips without their consent or knowledge. But before we get that, I want to get back to your 8 days essentially in captivity when you were implanted against your will and drugged and so forth. What began to happen immediately after that in terms of when we think of targeted individuals, we think of electronic torture and surveillance and these sorts of things. What started to happen? What did you notice?
Well, before the abduction, it kind of culminated in the abduction. There were several abductions. There was more than one. But before leading up to that, I noticed that there were cars parked outside of my apartment building with people just sitting in them for no reason, with the car running. And then if I tried to report them to the police, as soon as I made the phone call, I'd see the car slowly pull away from the curb and go away, just as if it was listening to my phone call. I had what you would call organized stalking, people bothering me, harassing me in stores covertly, not overtly. And in my neighborhood at the time, there was what I would call a noise campaign, where as soon as I went to sleep at night, there was a non-stop dogs barking, firecrackers going off, people flushing toilets, people, stereos in cars going by my house. It was strange. I didn't understand what was happening to me at first. But I can look back now and understand.
And then after your drugging and abduction in 2008, what else did you start to notice? So, I mean, did you have, were they, I don't know, surveilling you, tracking your thoughts, and other, what other things were happening?
Well, I mean, when it happened, I was overwhelmed with this kind of blindsided me. I didn't expect anything like this to happen. But a few months after the initial abduction, then I heard, like one day, I was just like, all of a sudden my hearing changed, and it was more of an electronic, digital sound than my normal hearing, and with different pitches and frequencies that was not normal. I couldn't understand that. So that was another thing that happened.
What about voices? Were you hearing the voices as in voice self-technology, VTK?
Yeah, that I do not get. I do not get the voice to skull with VTK. Another word for that is brain to computer interface, BCI. That I do believe I have. And that represents, that's another thing I hope I can share with you on the research that I did for American Cyborg to reveal so much of the information that I got for American Cyborg. One of the sources, if people like to know, where are you getting your information from? It's a fair question, because some of these statements are pretty bold. So for American Cyborg, one of my best sources was a lecture that was given in 2018 by Dr. James Giordano, called "The Brain is the Battlefield of the Future," which really opened the door to revealing to the general public for the first time the military agenda in brain remotely from great distances. And this man, James Giordano, is the chief of the Neurology and Neuroethics Studies program at Georgetown University, and among other positions, he is an advisor to DARPA and the Cabinet Group, and funding from the Los Alamos laboratory. This lecture revealed officially for the first time what we're capable of using the brain sciences or neuroscience. It validates and legitimizes the existence of
of advanced nanotechnology and brain interface technology. To quote him in his lecture, I give you no science fiction in this lecture. I only give you science facts that may smell of fiction, but shows the reality of what the brain sciences are capable of. The individuals, the groups, the politics, and society, those who have the most sophisticated tools and perhaps weapons, win. The military agenda is interested in the potential weaponization of the brain sciences for misuse and nefarious agendas, both political and military. I can go on more.
No, that's very revelatory. So are they able, and we're going to do they might be a little bit later, although I sort of hinted at when you were talking about the black ops and so forth, but are they able to control your speech? So let's say you're in a situation and all of a sudden you are compelled to say something that you wouldn't ordinarily say. Can they do that?
I believe they can force you to missay something from time to time. I've noticed that. It doesn't happen very often, but it can happen. And whenever it does happen, it catches you off guard. But that has happened to me.
Are they doing that to try and discredit you?
Well, I mean, for instance, when I do during my radio interviews, I know that I'm being exposed to these crimes and these criminals, and they would like to undermine my credibility. So during my radio interviews, I believe my perpetrators are using a frequency, some kind of vibrational weapon on me, trying to diminish my ability to communicate effectively to the listeners, jamming and dulling my focus, disorienting me as I try to form and convey thoughts, even sometimes mid-sentence, compromising my credibility. So yes, sometimes I could be talking to you in the middle of a sentence and forget what I was talking about, or get sidetracked, which can happen to anyone, but the short-term memory lapse like that is a hallmark of mind programming, neurological weapon programming, at least in my research.
Can they implant false memory, or can they manufacture dreams and implant those during the sleep?
Well, in the sleep, in the dream insertion, oftentimes in a dream, what's believed to be in this process through hypnosis, a psychologist or a psychiatrist, an expert in that field, through the remote frequencies, through this remote technology, is able to suggest things in a dream or probe a person for things in their past to get information from them. And in that, when you're asleep, you don't have any defenses. So anything that's asked of you, you have no, your free will is taken away from you when you're sleeping. So whatever thoughts whatever is being asked of you, you will most likely reveal whatever it is that they're asking of you.
What about mind reading? Are they able to read your thoughts? So, for example, they can predict what you're going to do that day. Maybe you're planning on going to a grocery store, and there's someone waiting there based on your thoughts to participate in some sort of
that I believe that well, also through the study of my routine of where so there are only so many places where I live where I could be going, but
it's just to let you know how far this technology has gone. It's widely reported that through the brain sciences and neurological weapons technology, that the fear neuron can be isolated in a person's memory, as well as the neurons that compose a person's emotions, fear, anger, hate, joy, love, and other emotions. It may also be possible now to manipulate, change, replace, delete a memory through brain sciences and neurological weapons technology in real time, with that person whose memories are being extracted completely unaware that this is happening. And it might be never now possible to extract, record, and play back the memory for another person. And then the actual memory as clear to the eyes of the individual it is as long as anyone with hot blood can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. Technology is allowing us to go now. Knows what she wants from her time. And when she wakes up and makes up her mind, she'll say I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. She knows her in her uptown girl. She's getting tired of her high class boy and all the presents from her uptown boy. She's got a toy. It's like you're just as you're picking up uptown girl, you know I can't afford to buy her girl, but maybe someday when my ship comes in, she'll understand what kind of guy I am, and then I'll win. And when she's walking, she's looking so fine. And when she's talking, she'll say that she's mine. She'll say I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. She's been living in her white bread world as long as anyone with hot blood can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. Uptown girl, she's my uptown girl. Knows how to love with an uptown girl. She's an uptown girl. No, I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown girl. Oh, I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown girl. That was Uptown Girl by Billy Joel, 1983.
New COVID guidance for schools. I'm Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County health officials issued revised COVID guidelines for schools that require employees with screening to test positive by staying at home for at least 5 days. One person was hurt yesterday when a group of skateboarders got into a fight with some 50 people at a pro-Donald Trump rally at the Huntington Beach Pier. One man was arrested. The rally came 2 days after a grand jury in New York voted to
hell yeah.
Classic Chick-fil-A said it was making some changes to its menu and didn't like one change in particular and was so vocal about it that the side salad is now staying. Southland weather from KFI clear overnight with temps near 50s. Mostly sunny later on today. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches. Upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County. Low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. Right now, Fullerton at 53, Huntington Beach 55, Whittier 51, Woodland Hills 52 degrees. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
If you haven't figured out
Yes,
where
found
oil is coming from,
Sorry, I was
Montebello,
singing a
no,
song
there
and
is
still
a
fuck with
permanent
me for
backup in that
copyright.
area.
Yeah,
Over
I can do it.
60 Wood Westbound between Paramount Boulevard. That's where things really start to stack up. All the way through Wilcox Avenue. It's a permanent accident that happened. Two other right lanes are taken out. My suggestion is that you exit San Gabriel Boulevard, take it to Rosemead, and then work your way back to the 60. Also, you can get or even the 605. If I'm a style to either factor, I'm going to use it. On the podcast,
the word is on trees and the time is out.
or how great
So you heard it all before, but we never really had it out.
unexpected
I believe that anybody feels the way I do about
the
you
relationship between our
now.
brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And
If you
all
own a small
the
business and you got the
corner
code,
of
you're
my
able to retain 5 of your employees. You could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, just under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that support nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Golden Voice presents Howard Trip. Guns N' Roses, Mayday, BBC, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, Tool. You'll have to get tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend.
Excellent. KRT, that was beautiful.
All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale April 6th at 1 p.m. Eastern. It'll be your chance to look now. iHeartRadio.com/Power Trip. AM 640. AM 640. Best for topic ever again. Remember, a one-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Oh, dude, fabulous. I mean,
Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
coming to you live from my home studio in Old Orville, north of Toronto. George McCrae from 74 and Rock Your Baby. South African pastor Eva Mugley died in 2021, but his body was only laid to rest this month after spending almost 600 days in a mortuary because his family and parishioners were expecting him to come back to life. Eva Mugley, the founder of the Miracle Center in Gauteng, north of Johannesburg, died on August 5, 2021 after falling ill. However, instead of making preparations for his funeral, his family simply left his body in a mortuary, awaiting his resurrection. His wife and other members of the family came to the mortuary to pray for his return, but they stopped coming a few months after his death and refused to give their consent for Mugley's burial or cremation. In the end, the only option available to the mortuary was legal action against the family. You can read more about this bizarre story in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. Join George Norrie on Saturday evening, May the 27th, at the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles, Oregon, as he invades Wasco County for a jam-packed night of fun and conversation. Special guests live and on stage include UFO abductee Travis Walton, Animal Planet's Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker, and astronomer Stephen Case of the Sky. The night will also feature a live band, salute to our veterans, and a live Q&A. At the end of the show, tickets and information are available at GrenadaTheaterTheDalles.com or by calling 815-993-6585. Of course, you can just go to coasttocoastam.com and look under events in the menu. When we come back, more of my conversation with whistleblower and targeted individual Michael Fitzhugh Bell right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Actually, you can be tracking on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising because it's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed. I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivora.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
We are back with whistleblower targeted individual Michael Fitzhugh Bell, the author of Invisible Crimes 1 and 2, and his latest is America. So, what's happening? Surveilled and harassed by helicopters. Are they around where you're living right now?
Yes, they were. I looked for right before the show. They're out there. That represents the most expensive part of the program, that I believe that I'm in, the military black ops program that I'm in.
the helicopter, the formula for everything in this is money plus power equals control. And in this whole program, people, what is it all about? It's about data. It's all about data, and in this case, biomedical data. So the helicopters that I began noticing when after the sun sets, there's about 15, 20 minutes of twilight time before you can see, or even a half an hour before you can actually see the celestial sky. But I started noticing these lights in the sky almost 10 years ago. And I was later to learn that they are there is a combination of, and it's about, there's both stealth helicopters and drones, and you need at least one drone and one helicopter, or two drones or two helicopters, to triangulate the telemetry from the information that they are extracting from, in this case, what I believe me. There's no other reason why there'd be so many helicopters up in the sky. It goes under, well, that's what happened to me, is that I believe I was put on the counterterrorism watch list, which then gives them the military black ops the authority to use helicopters and whatever they want, and have it all funded and paid for under the guise of counterterrorism, because I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not a terrorist. I haven't done anything to deserve this kind of attention, but the helicopters are up there, and for the helicopters, every night is a mission. It's and if you're talking about a Sikorsky UH-60 Black Ops stealth helicopter, that's at a cost of $60 million, and the full crew and backup pilots and technicians monitoring the target individual, fuel for over 12 hours of flight time at a cost to the American taxpayer from anywhere from $250,000 to $1 million a night per aircraft. And if I have, some nights I've been able to count, and I can't even see everything because I have a tree line. I'm up on top of a mountain, but I see at least 20, 30, sometimes as many as 40 aircraft up there, just parked up there. I'm not talking about passing over my house, just staying in one spot all night.
And just so they're triangulating, they're going after the data that is being emitted by the biomedical devices that have been implanted in your body?
Correct. That's that is all about the data. It's and in real time, it's a bi-directional frequency exchange. It's believed to be bi-directional in that it is both able to extract information from the individual as well as putting information into the individual. So everything is about reactions and how it affects a person's emotions. So if you have everything in your body is completely connected with biomedical devices, they can see, the people who are monitoring you can see in real time how you react to something, how your heart rate elevates, how your breathing speeds up if you react to something. So they're constant, and they're dreaming how you react to something. So, and also it's at nighttime is when it's believed that most of the programming is done to the individual when they're asleep.
But what is the programming you could do, Michael? I mean, is this like a Manchurian candidate type of thing where, I mean, do you have missing time during which you may be off on some covert mission and you're not aware of?
No, it's a good question. I think for me, it seems to be research and development development, and I'm not really sure exactly why. I haven't noticed anything specific, but I will say that uh, it's extremely powerful, and it may be something that we may look at in the future. And when you look back at things like recently, you look in the news at the skyrocketing suicide rates and the school shootings, which are all so similar in their construction and how each case is almost identical to the next in terms of getting the weapons, getting why they wanted to shoot, whatever. Those seem to be things that are not, that may not be natural, and there's certainly things that neurological weapons
little machine,
could
you can't put
influence
anything you
on
want
a person.
into any language.
That's
Here it
very
is,
possible.
Chinese.
So, when you see all these school shootings, I think one of the possibilities that's obviously being overlooked is that maybe some of these people are victims themselves and are, this is something that's being forced on them to, as a research and development, to see how far we can go with this thing. I believe that's certainly one of the possibilities.
Okay, so let me go back to something you said earlier, and I said I would come around to it again. You said that according to data, anywhere between 1/3 and half of all Americans have been, unbeknownst to them, implanted with some sort of biomedical device or RFID type chip. Where did that data come from? How do you know that?
That one is also one that I looked up from the possibility of the existence of implants that may be used throughout that people may be absorbing through a variety of
How does it help
for me, it was surgical implantation, but also there are a host of other possibilities of how the nanotechnology and the biotechnology can get into a person's body. One of them is in this, and I go back to the Dr. James Giordano's quote was saying that he said, the sky may not be falling right now, but folks, it looks like rain. Bring an umbrella. And what will be falling down? This is what they're projecting, is that it's either happened or is happening or is happening already, and continues to happen. So the nanotechnology and the biotechnology filter down through the hydrosphere. This was believed to happen to the water supply and the food chain. If this is happening, makes everyone in the United States infected without even being aware. So the movie, The Matrix, was a tale of science fiction, yes, but it is beginning to look more and more like a documentary every day.
All right,
what type of biomedical devices do you believe have been implanted inside your body?
For me, I believe I have, because I've seen my MRIs, and even though they weren't acknowledged by doctors, I could see devices or foreign objects, and even though I'm not a doctor, I could see certain things that were not meant to be, and right in the area that I had a scar. I believe implants are something that I have. Something equivalent to the IBM 2020 neural chip implant, which is believed to be a fully cognitive brain inserted into someone's brain through the nasal cavity. I believe I have that one. And then there may be a heart stent and micro. Okay, the
microphones in the heart skin. What is the purpose of those? What are the purposes of developing the body? What are they trying to do?
I get heart pains in my heart, and I don't know what to attribute them to, but I know that the way that I feel that pain, it's not a natural pain. It's more of like a pulsing electronic pain. If I'm able to convey that thought to you, muscle spasms, things like these things, all those type of reactions that I get from various, you would call them neurological attacks. Really, the cochlear implants for sure, and I believe a neural chip. But with all the scars that I have and all of the places that I've looked and felt, it seems to me that there's much more than that.
What's the purpose of the cochlear implant?
To listen to and record everything that you hear. This is what's believed. To record everything that you hear and how you hear it, to record that and to store that information and see how that compares over time is certainly one of the possibilities.
Do they have like a kill switch, Michael, do you believe inside you? In other words, they could, with a flip of a switch, end your life?
Oh, I believe that for sure. Natural. Yeah, that's definitely, and that's an ongoing fear. You don't know. Anyone can have something happen to them, but this is much different. When somebody has their finger on a button somewhere, that's a lot different than what you might get through natural medicine, through something that would happen to you naturally.
Why you? You're a trained chef. Why? Is there anything in your background? Were your parents in the military? Why you?
I don't know. I know that I felt like I think it may have something to do with an accident that I was responsible for when I was 19. And the person who was in the accident with me happened to be part of one of the most wealthiest, most powerful, influential families in the world, rumored to be one of the 13 Illuminati families. And it may be that someone in their family, as retribution for the accident that I was responsible for, may have put me on the list, so to speak. Whether it's the counterterrorism watch list or the terrorist watch list, or there are as many as maybe hundreds of different lists. So I don't know how I got on this list or why, but I know it's been going on for many years now, even before I realized it.
So is this your life now until the end of your life, or is there any way that you can extricate yourself from this?
That's a great question, Richard. I would like to. There is a way. I'd have to do it through a legal way. I'd have to get them to. I would have to go through the legal process and have an attorney. Some of these things are hard to get to because something like this list that I may be on would be listed under state secret. So there's certain things that protect them from. So even if I have people come to my house that I've had and look at the skies and seen all the drones and all the helicopters, and they go, "What's going on? This is all for one person." I'm like, "This is where your taxpayers' money's going."
Okay, Michael, sorry for the interruption. I've got to take a break here. We're rolling into the top of the hour. We'll continue our conversation about the targeted individuals and also open up the phone line, taking us into the break. See it again. And Ricky, don't lose that number right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I guess you could yourself to someone. But if you have a change of heart, we're carrying this country with a 5% is ruling the other 95%. Because the other 95% is constantly intimidated, constantly on defense, constantly on their heels, constantly reacting. I got something to say about the 95%. You want to talk to all these they just go along, oh, okay, done again. They're not really a team. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We once got paid in Burger King. It's not a place our payment. It was like a little. If you were saying, "Oh, man, we don't make any money, we're not going to raise," so he gave us this. No, I tried to because sometimes they would give you a food budget. I have my sharp negotiating skills. John and Ken, here you go. $1 off the watcher. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp. Oh, okay. And what happened with that? You went to a girl, did you? I couldn't just go to the high schoolers and hey, fellow kids. Jerry and Shannon. I think you could. Not with the Caroline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We came to a roundabout and we're supposed to do like a quarter of a turn and then keep going straight. So she does a 360, goes all the way around, and then goes on the street that we want to go on. Because we don't, because it's roundabout. You gotta go around the whole thing. You don't know that? Is that right? Fine. You'll come on Junior Show. That's what we're going to do. Nothing. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You put all the questions, whether you think they pertain to your sex or not. We just have one form. Here's what I do. When I read you a medical procedure or whatever, you get the form. Yeah. And ask the question, are you pregnant? I just say yes. Bill handle. And then go, you figure it out. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. It's kind of perspective. Everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Amber, Silver, Ebony Alert. I'm Candy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. To have the Amber Alert, the Silver Alert, and the Craven Alert from missing Black women, girls, and youth. Because it would make it easier to get the word out about these cases, which you said get far less attention from law enforcement and the media. Bradford represents the 35th district that covers a host of communities, including Carson, Compton, Inglewood, and Gardena. High-end properties started costing more this weekend, which measure ULA, or the so-called mansion tax, going into effect. It adds a 4% tax to the selling price of homes and other buildings, going from $5 million and up, and a 5.5% tax on those selling for over $10 million. It's expected to raise about $900 million a year, that money going to fund affordable housing programs. People are leaving California in surprising numbers. The U.S. Census Bureau says the exodus started 3 years ago. Since 2020, some 500,000 people have left the state. More than half of California's 58 counties lost population, but the biggest reduction was in LA County. From July of 2021 to July of 2022, some 90,000 people packed up and left. If you live in LA and you're looking to adopt a special correlated trend, that this is the perfect weekend to do it.
Dog adoption fees are set to just $25 during the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Los Angeles March Madness Adoption Special. It's going on today. The special fees don't apply to puppies 3 months and younger. It was a special birthday celebrated at Disneyland yesterday. King Khalifa was there on the park's opening day in 1965, and yesterday she went back to mark her 100th birthday. It was also the year the Disney Company turned 100. Southline weather from KFI should overnight, temps near 50s. Mostly sunny later on today, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange counties, the low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. Another small storm moves in late tonight with scattered showers after midnight. Right now it's 53 degrees in Santa Ana, Orange 55, Sahara 51 degrees, 54 degrees in Northridge. We read local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Tammy Trujillo. Things are going back to normal for the Tampa detail. Right before the 1 p.m. there was an earlier crash there. Something that is causing a little bit of backup is a stalled-out vehicle. It's on the 110 going southbound as you're approaching the 10 Washington Boulevard. It could be in that right-hand lane. Also on the 110 in Garcia southbound right before 190th Street, there is a crash. Trying to make its way to the right-hand shoulder. You're going to be driving on and off the brakes until that car successfully does. See if I was to have either faster. I'm uninjured.
No Matter What Is a brand new fiction podcast that marries supernatural horror storytelling with an immersive psychological thriller. Series one covers a chilling story and secrets as old as caves themselves.
Without monsters, there are no kissing, no prosecution, no defense. Okay.
Listen to The Matter What Is at 10 a.m. CAWAUK on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI, AM 640.
We have to get the things to be clean. Because all the bottles smoke, because all those bums have jets all over the train.
No, don't forget the land.
And God knows what other bottles are all over the family food court for bottles for the big one.
Oh, you're right.
Yes, right.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
My father had the same barber as Vince Scully, and my dad said, hey, can my kid get your autograph? And the guy said, absolutely. And he takes my baseball and he signed it. He signed a cheap sterile gate.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
My dad thought Vince Scully was cheap stuff.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I heard somebody get their head gathered in there, and God just took the phone for a while.
Seriously, we're in an age of being the most irresponsible parenting I've ever seen in my life.
And we have a culture that really wants to be famous.
Turn again.
Because of social media, for everyone to take a video, if you want to super famous, even if you only have 10 views.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
My dad was the first one on the block to bring up there, and I called my friend. I go, you got to get over here.
Yeah, I can't believe it. We can record a game and then watch it later.
And you're like, no, wait.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
And there were 10 screens were in my driveway. And then
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
new tomato coming. I don't know what the old tomatoes did that were so bad, but these new tomatoes, I don't know.
Purple tomatoes. Wow! Those are some genetically modified chemicals.
Right. And more scurry around with the food, yeah. More preservatives.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Keep going around with the food until we all die.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
You can find info and more at RudyMaxa.com.
Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serris.
Let me roll Paul McCartney and win. The bizarre footage has emerged showing a mischievous child ghost pushing a shopping cart into a car, and the incident occurred when 21-year-old Kobe Tom left work at a supermarket outside Dallas, Texas recently, and saw the shopping cart, which had been sitting stationary in the parking lot up until that point. Suddenly, it turned around all on its own, he said, and careened straight into his car just as he was getting in. What made the collision particularly weird was how the cart had just started moving all of a sudden and had rolled directly into his car while avoiding another car that was parked right next to him. Footage was captured on a closed-circuit television and TV camera, and even shows the moment the incident happened. You can read more of the story in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. Be sure to tune in to Coast Tonight. In the first half, Richard D. Lewis, author, film critic, journalist, who writes about news and entertainment, sports, science, and spirituality, and he'll join George Norris for a mystical exploration of Christianity and paranormal phenomena through the lens of the Bible and church history, including the gateway between life and death, the afterlife, out-of-body experiences, and after-death communications and reincarnation. And then, in the second half, Anuradha Dayal Gulati is an energy practitioner and transformational coach with a PhD in economics, and she'll discuss her pivot from 15 years in finance and academia to a new path of helping people release the past and reclaim their power using flower essence and family constellation therapy. That's tonight, Sunday night, into a Monday morning on Coast to Coast AM with George Norris. Back to more of my conversation with targeted individuals, Michael 60 Bell, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Sunderland have released a new action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies that started writers' journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Maxwell from this strategy, and losing some hair, my guess, he said, oh, he must be allergic to another vest that keeps the drain. Third vest, he said, it's the weather. Then somebody said, there's some falling out. His diet of ice is part of Maxwell's diet. After the show, we'll be
While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team is quick and easy. Plus, you can use your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers for over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by a 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who switch.
Go to consumercellular.com/radio25. And for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. Michael Fitzgerald stays with us, the author of American Cyborg and previously Invisible Crime 1 and 2. Back in the early 2000s, Michael, Democrat representative from Ohio, Dennis Kucinich, I believe he was a sponsor or co-sponsor of something called the State Preservation Act, and he introduced within that proposed piece of legislation was something that would ban things like electronic harassment, electronic torture, and so forth. So, are you familiar with that bill, and why do you think it's interesting? I mean, before there can be a bill or a proposed law, obviously there has to be a problem.
Yeah, there has to be a complaint. There has to be legitimate complaints in order to establish that kind of movement.
So, the bill failed. Why do you suppose that is?
Well, if it did fail, most likely it may be the corruption that is throughout everywhere. It's corrupt if it's corrupt at the top, which we can see in the news every day that it is to some degree, then it's corrupt all the way through. So it's possible that if something like that was taken out through corruption, because also they don't want to stop the progress that they've made. Advisor was saying, he said, what has gone from the chalkboard to reality is the use of interfacing with the brain, being able to read and write directly into the brain. It puts the brain at our fingertips, and nanotechnology can allow for an interface between the human brain and the global information cloud. So there's the advancements in neuro weapons and neurotechnology has far surpassed people's imagination, or even movies, for that matter.
Can you get any relief? Can you, I don't know, like create some sort of a Faraday cage to prevent any of this remote torture and harassment?
I would like to. There's small things that I've done to try to help, but at best they don't really work. There isn't. I haven't frequencies or signals are being sent to me and taken from me in real time. I haven't been able to suppress that, and I don't know of any person that was ever in any aspect of the program ever escaping. I've never heard of that. I never heard of it just ending. But that would be nice. But if that was taken out of a bill, most likely you can bet that there was some corruption involved with that decision.
Everyone are there for you.
I do have some. I have to be careful with who some people are very closed-minded, and in the new book, American Cyborg, I email public as being willfully ignorant. They willfully are ignoring things in the news, things programming the brain and the brain interface. It's not a conspiracy when the information is being made public, like it was in that 2018 presentation. It's just a person not being aware. So a lot of these things are being made public. They're just
being done so leaked out here and there. You don't really see it so much on the front page news or on the news at night.
All right, let's go to the phone. And on the wild card line, Gordon is in Florida. Gordon, welcome to Coast.
Richard, massive things here in the apartment, and also, how can those little sticks without any power sources transmit all that laid back? I mean, I have an electronics degree, I was a valedictorian, and I don't see how something that small without a power source could transmit back that far.
Good question, Gordon.
It's a good question, yeah. I mean, from what I understand, the medical devices, it's all about the medical data that's being collected, at least in my case. And the implants that I believe that are inside me are not just the implantation process. It's believed that after being fully implanted with biomedical devices, the victim will also have to undergo another rigorous process. And because the data being harvested from the target is so crucial, the data must be accurate. The human body is relatively soft and alone is not an ideal soundboard for this bidirectional process of telemetry and signal sending. This body must be compressed. The compression of the human body is believed to happen through a series of procedures which tighten and compress the body to a state where signals and data can be transmitted efficiently, accurately. And it's widely reported that by using nanowire, nanomesh, titanium clips, and exterior coating of nanopolymer, the human body can be compressed to the point where the signals and frequencies are efficiently sent and received by the military, globalist cabal, the people that are behind it. And then this data that is being extracted is believed to be recorded, logged, and compared and contrasted with other targeted individuals with similar characteristics such as age, race, gender, body height, weight, physique. So
Gordon's question, Gordon's question had to do with the power supply. These RFID.
The power supply is believed to be two things that I understand in my experience is that the implants themselves are charged by the body's natural movement, the pulsing of the blood, the muscles, being alive is keeping the units going. It's not like they have they have batteries that are constantly being charged, in my understanding. So if that answers, if you have another,
I think that's got it. All right, thank you for the call, Gordon. Let's say hi to John in Ohio on the wildcard line. John, good morning. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, Richard. Hi, Michael. I got a couple questions. This is unbelievable, but with you being targeted, is anyone else, I mean, if this is being done on a scale, has anyone reached out to you and say, hey, I think I am too, or are they too afraid to speak about this, or are they even aware that they've been altered like this? And you've already said that it's a global thing, but I'm wondering if, for what other reason, of course, there's got to be a higher reason. Are they trying to, that's exactly what it is. It's believed, two things, is depopulation of the planet, one of the things, and also controlling people, controlling their thoughts, controlling their minds, controlling their emotions, mostly. Because if you can control a person's emotions, you can effectively control them. And if a person is in a state of fear, constantly in a state of fear, they don't necessarily have the best judgment, or not going to make the best decisions. And in that state of fear, they're much more easily manipulated.
All right, John, thank you for that. The other part of this question had to be, are other people coming up to you although they wouldn't necessarily recognize you on the street, obviously, but
Well, I have people. I have two websites, michaelsl.com and invisiblecrime.com, and there's a place where um, people can ask me a question or reach out to me. There's a spot for them to contact me, and I get all kinds of people reaching out to me. Some of them I question whether they're valid targeted individuals or not, but most of them seem to be real and um, will say something like, "Oh my gosh, the same thing happened to me," or and and then they want to talk to me on the phone, often including their numbers. So people do reach out constantly, all the time. Um, Several times a week, I get contact from people asking questions, and I try to help them the best I can. But most of the answers that I have are in all three of my books.
all right. Let's see. Let's say hi to Anne, who's calling from Canada. Anne, welcome.
Hi, Michael. How are you? Sorry. Yeah. I wanted to let you know that I'm a targeted individual. And in my case, a woman ran into me in the gym and injected something into my buttock. And shortly thereafter, the targeting started. Now, I think I don't have helicopters flying overhead, but I think what they do is they beam a signal off of either a satellite or something, and it's basically reflecting off an nanobox, and it is able to control every part of my body, causes me pain. They can definitely read my thoughts because they tap different parts of me in response to like a yes or a no. The left side is yes, the right side is no, and like I can have a full-on conversation with them. And this, I hired a detective who told me why this happened to me. And it's a vigilante group. It's in retaliation for a perceived wrong. I'll just say this, I'm a teacher, and I was talking to a student.
Be careful of your language, Anne. You have to watch your language.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I said, yeah, I guess so. Anyway, the student wound up committing suicide, and somebody blamed me for that. And apparently that's why I was put on the list. And this is why I'm now president. And it's been well over 10 years. And it's daily. So
you're getting voice control. You hear voice.
No, I don't get voice control, but they tap me. So what they do is they, in response to like my thoughts, they will answer it and they will tap me. And if there's something on the radio or if there's something I'm watching on TV and there's certain passwords or whatever, if that's what they want to have me know that that's what they want to say, they'll tap me to let me know, yes, 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 that's what I want you to know, type of thing. Anyway, it's real. I would have thought that it was insane. When the woman first ran into me in the gym, I said, what did you do? And she said, oh, I'm sorry, I heard you, I had a pen in my hand or whatever. I just said, she deliberately ran into me, and it was quite a deep wound. I went to the doctors. I went to the hospital, had an x-ray, but there was nothing that showed up. So I think it must have been some sort of nanobox. And
all right, Anne, thank you for sharing your story. I'm sorry for all of your pain and your suffering. Michael, any comments before you roll into the bottom of the alley here?
This sounds, that sounds, I've heard that kind of story before, and it sounds possible. Although sometimes are not always the real reason. It may be for this person, it may be the right reason why that they did experimentation and torture like this. It's ridiculous how many. It breaks dozens of laws, highly illegal. It's on brain sciences and the
weapon technologies come. How does this kind of technology wind up in the hands of people in the private sector? If this is just for a personal vendetta, I mean, this is supposed to be advanced weaponry. How does
mere mortals, in the hands of mere mortals, yeah. Now, how do people who don't even understand the technology have it at their fingertips? Is another question. People, the people that are involved, that are handlers, that do this for a living, and work all the time doing it. It's hard to believe that there's so many people involved in fusion centers and data collection centers. It's really hard to believe.
All right, we're going to take another time out here. Michael Fitzgerald stays with us, American Cyborg. Taking us into the break, Elton John and Betty the Jets in 74 right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Keeping up with gas prices, I'm Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Gas prices in LA County continue to bounce around. The Automobile Club of Southern California says the current local average cost of a gallon of self-serve regular is $4.86. That's paying more than last week's average, which is $1.16 lower than a year ago. Orange County average is $4.82 a gallon. Archbishop Jose Gomez will celebrate Palm Sunday Mass at the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels today. The Mass will begin outdoors on the Cathedral Plaza for the blessing of palm branches. Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves is rolling to the top spot at the box office. Film machine is strong opening of over $15 million. Weekend projections estimate it could bring in nearly $40 million. Southland weather from KFI for overnight. Nice, mostly sunny later on. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, and low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo. These are the taking a Corona Florida 91 to a weekend as they're pushing Lincoln Avenue. A flag has been moved over to the right and shoulder cut. It's still causing you a backup from Arlington to Drive. Also, something that's still backing you up is on the 5 going northbound right before Blonde Vista Avenue. There was a crash. It not cleared off the freeway completely. But through this already cutting go for you from Olympic Boulevard. Still by the side of Peter Factor. I'm telling you.
You probably are. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French. Try your hand at German. Learn a bit of Japanese. Or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. On the podcast, Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, actions, and behavior. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David. If you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest what we can so your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPC and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the Federal Loan Payroll Tax Refund Program, and they've already returned over
billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist, imagine news, and podcasts that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. To talk to Richard Serra, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West to the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra. Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serra, and the website is TRUMAN.ca. Researchers in Israel have found that tomato and tobacco plants that are dealing with stress factors make a popping sound that can be detected over 3 feet away. A reaction between tantamount to a human moaning in anguish or yelling in pain. Plants were previously known to produce ultrasonic vibrations, but the new work revealed that the sounds produced by at least 2 plants are airborne. The team's work is published today in Cell. The researchers recorded tomato and tobacco plants in soundproof chambers and in an ordinary greenhouse. They harassed the plants by not watering them for a few days and by stem cutting, but both approaches elicited pop or click-like sounds from the plants. Unstressed plants also emit sounds but far fewer. The stressed plants emitted between 30 and 50 clicks per hour. You can read more of the story in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. Hey, have you given the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network a listen yet? This exciting work of this podcast of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And we are currently featuring Joshua P. Warren's Strange Things, Sandra Champlain's Shades of the Afterlife, and Ideology. Dark Becomes Light. Again, check it out, the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. And you can look for new episodes every Friday. Back to more of your calls for targeted individual Michael Dixon Bell when Coast to Coast continues right after this.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I say, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises." I can't pull my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, it has to be the carnivora.
Call 866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. And TRUMAN code to get 15% off your order.
Michael Fitzhugh-Bell is the author of American Cyborg and previously Invisible Crimes 1 and 2. He's a whistleblower, started as an individual. Michael, anything I haven't asked you that you think it's important for people to understand about what's happening to you?
Oh, well, I think I remember the most important thing really, the most important thing for people to understand with these crimes of technology is to be educated, to have an open mind, and to be open to the truth. It's uncomfortable as the truth may be. We're at a point where it's believed that only the global population only knows about 7 to 11% of all the information that is known by man, making at the most it would be 89% of the information is being withheld from the general public. So there's a lot of information, a lot of technologies that people don't know about, that are classified, that are still top secret. So I think for people to understand this new technology that's coming in and all the different capabilities, it's important to be educated and keep an open mind.
Do you think that Oswald, Sirhan, Mark David Chapman, or Winkley, do you think they were programmed assassins using the same kind of, well, not the same kind of technology, obviously, but Oswald was talking about nearly 60 years ago, actually. What do you think about that?
I think that comparison, you could put that on comparison. I think that it's possible that those people were victims of programming and mind control, but you can look at it as it happens in the news now. Even those are famous people, but the school shooters, it seems to be the same thing. It seems to be that those people may be programmed into doing something that they would normally never think of doing. But the influence of the programming and the mind control is something that cannot be resisted by the human will at this point. Maybe some people might be easier to program than others, but it's a pretty powerful force. And if it's working 24/7 on you in your dreams, you're going to be affected by it eventually at some point. You can't help it.
First I'm calling Marlena Marlena is calling from Daly City, California. Marlena, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Hi, Michael. So I am targeted, and I talked to other people in other countries that have been targeted. Mine started October 3rd, 2021. The reason I feel I'm being targeted is I went on to Twitter during the pandemic. I built up over 12,000 followers at the time, and I talked to people all around the world, like Iran, Palestine, Israel, everywhere, countries. So my phone got hacked, it was compromised, and I was sitting in my living room, October 3rd, 2021. I heard a vibration in my room and over in my room. And I walked over to my room and I said, what's going on? Put my head by my pillow, it was loudest at my pillow. I walked around my bed. I got security. I live in a condo complex with security. He said, that's so weird. I've never heard that before. I didn't call the police because I thought it was something in the wall. But shortly thereafter, I get this sound. I heard, heard up, buzzing, all this water running, and it would be one sound, quiet out to another sound, to another sound. I had to leave my condo. I thought, there's something wrong with my condo. I'm just going to sell my condo and go to another state. So I'm also noticing this weird satellite drone thing spinning and pulsating, which I have videos of, in region, in Nevada, in different areas, Utah, in over Daly City, right over my house. And they were two of them at times, sometimes one of them. And I called the police and showed them my video. He's like, that's odd, that's weird. But later on he said, I don't know what a time to do something like that. Well, not exactly those words, but he said, I think that's the FBI, FAA issue. I called the FBI to have this evidence. I had the police down and then hang up on me. They're like, oh, we'll go to the doctor and hang up. And then I actually emailed the FAA, which told me to call the FAA. The opening that was closest to me, the FSPO. And he said, well, my lady, this is in our jurisdiction. We have nothing to do with whatever you're talking about. So just, and he was real. I have his email. So I had to call the local hotline. He listened to me, and I said, well, can I get somebody to listen to my evidence? And he said, you just follow through. So I went to the doctor, and they thought the sounds were weird. I haven't had the MRI yet, but I'm going to get the cancer MRI. And I also want to say to everybody that targeted justice in Texas has a lawsuit now that's in the court. So the 17 people in the lawsuit that are complaining about being the Havana syndrome, like I have, one doctor, Lynn Burr, has had brain damage from being attacked. Another thing, they are also hitting people with breakaways that are burning their skin, and they have pictures with these horrible burns on their skin. And our government, it has to do with some rogue element in our government that the CIA, psychotic, or whatever, that's the goal of this, is to bring down the population in one way or another. And there's different people being affected, like me. And this is really intense. I have ultrasonic recordings of the sound, and one of the sounds sounds almost exactly like what I hear in my head, which is like torture. And I do have to sleep under layers and layers of soundproofing material, iron, whatever I can think of, aluminum, siding, to protect the water, whatever to make it go it out of me, so I could sleep at night with an iron pan. I was annoyed. I never believed any of this before all this happened to me. Now I'm right with it. I'm like, oh my God, this is real. I'm so sorry to hear about the trouble. Maya, did you want to add anything, or did you have any words of encouragement for me right now?
No, I can understand and also the word you used, the Havana syndrome. They really are what they are. It most likely would be directed energy attacks, but they won't say that. They'll call it Havana syndrome because the syndrome isn't anything. It's like saying to someone,
if that person is mentally ill. There's really no test for that. I mean, you can see that someone is not right, but dismissing the crime and calling them a syndrome when they have directed energy attack damage in their brain. That's not a syndrome. That's a directed energy attack. And I believe that mental illness and syndromes, those are two things that they use to cover up this crime. But I understand a lot of what this caller has said and experienced those things as well myself. It sounds like a class action suit to make that. You think it might be a way to put an end to this class action law? I would hope so, but it's I hope that that's what I hope that shows like this and contacts and lawsuits like that eventually should expose this crime and end it, because it is so expensive to be at my level of targeting. It's estimated with the helicopters and the 24-hour surveillance, ground surveillance, everything that's the implants, everything that's involved in this, for one person for 1 year, $10 billion. $10 billion. I mean, it could be as much as $20 or $30 million in a night with the helicopters alone. So, it's one expensive experiment. Let's go to the Rockies and Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Oh, we lost how much more? All right, he wanted to, I called here, he wanted to talk to you about Dr. John Hall. Are you familiar with the work of Dr. John Hall? I met him before, and I spent a couple of days with him in Texas in the beginning of my targeting. He's written several books. He experienced a lot of the same type of harassment and electronic harassment and mind control and those types of. I know that he's experienced those things. I've met him before. Well, yeah, he's worked with people that are targeted individuals. He's been on calls a couple of times. Communication technology to control, that's one of the books, and a new breed of satellite terrorism is another. All right, let's see. Do we have Captain Cornflake in Portland? Do we have Captain Cornflake there? Yes, sir. Hi, go ahead. Hi, first off, you're all the current hosts are my favorite ones. Thank you. Michael, I have a couple of questions for you. I work for Anonymous called Science Division, and we've had a file going on the very subject for many years. I wonder if you have any thoughts every month. Yeah, it's part of the title of my new book. Yeah, the new book is American Cyborg, the Globalist Cabal, Project Monarch, and the Military-Industrial Complex. I'm quite familiar with that. I working on the second page now. Yeah. I got a little questions. Do you know anyone about detecting the ships? Like what frequencies they run on, how to run what scams to detect them? Do you know anything about it? Well, sadly, the thing with the technology, you have to realize that all of the agencies have been infiltrated, including law enforcement and the medical community globally. So, trying to get people to even acknowledge that you have something in you, if they're working with the cabal and either they're being coerced or they're just outright denying it. But it's there. I mean, obviously, they're
Project Monarch, at least from what I understand, the Project Monarch, it likes to be an offshoot of MK Ultra, where Project Monarch focused on children and fracturing their minds to create multiple personalities and grooming children from mind control by forcing them to compartmentalize information within their mind and not be aware of it, but then being able to be triggered with a word or an image to have the test subject instantly recall the information that was introduced through hypnosis. That's what I understand about Project Monarch. One of the things, at least one of the guys, that's a lot more widespread than that. Like you going to my own work at all? Is the person name again? I'm sorry. What? I don't know that I know that one. I may have, but not off the top of my head. Oh man, you wrote a bunch of books, all of this about bloodlines, the Illuminati, harmless themselves. There's a whole bunch on there. Hundreds of stuff. Pockets on just like different parties and individuals. And a lot more of what his work focuses on, though, is less so the voice of culture and more the occult side of it, because the people that have been doing that, the upper echelons of rich society, they have really particular religious traditions they all operate under, some institution and different culture. So, yeah. I do know that some of the people in the cabal practice satanic. They're satanic, at least in my research. And that's a pretty scary, that's a whole separate subject, but that's part of, even though it's part of the people who are in control, the global cabal are believed to be, some of them, satanic, and the practices are, pretty much unspeakable. It's hard to it would be hard for me to say them. I feel uncomfortable saying some of the things that they practice on the air. It looks like I want to thank you for the call. Michael, thank you for hanging out for the last 2 hours, and I appreciate you coming forward and sharing this ongoing nightmare that you're undergoing. Are you getting with a lot of that going on, like, and talk some more, obviously, but again, the food wise, I don't ever know, by the way. I'm going to go into that, and we've got your two websites, like Brian.com, right? And your other website, MichaelSL.com and InvisibleKind.com, and the books are available to Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and wherever fine books is available. Michael, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, that's it for me for George Floyd, George Matthew, for Lions, Captain Smith, Dan Rosie, Dick Galante, Chris World, Michael Cozio, and Donna Walker, Tim DeNong, and Sean Montefiore. I'm Richard Adele. Thank you for listening to your voices, your beautiful voice. Until next time, so long for now.
Yeah, I think that's powerful.
Your traditional investing aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? If you ever wanted a Rolex, never thought you could afford one, let me suggest watch Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches,
free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic or independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get the discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch experts Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel.
Who tried less than Lady Pop? And poorly.
I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I need.
What was the name of your first best friend?
No friend.
What was the name of your first dog?
No dog.
What's your favorite band?
I hate music.
Bill Handel.
I mean, I have a hard time filling those out.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Please let us serve our time in federal prisons.
And the judge said, no thank you. You will serve in state prison.
None of those three are going to suffer from constipation ever again.
Oh, Bill.
What?
Bill Handel.
This is the food? It's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You know how excited I was when I quoted Wide Time magazine?
You made the news. Yeah, it said others have said, and then my quote.
How do you have any idea how excited I was saying, that's me?
Bill Handel.
No big news, at least in my world.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Shots fired at a shopping center on Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. One person is dead, 3 others wounded after shooting outside a ROTHSCHILD grocery store. Chris Bellagio has that story.
Police responded to the scene at a Trader Joe's grocery store on Saturday afternoon and found a 45-year-old dead at the scene. One woman has been hospitalized in critical condition. Another woman and a man are in serious to critical condition. Authorities say a suspect has been taken into custody, and an investigation into what led up to the shooting is ongoing. I'm Chris Bellagio.
High-end properties started costing more this weekend with Measure ULA, or the so-called mansion tax, going into effect. It adds a 4% tax to the price of homes and other buildings selling for $5 million and up, and a 5.5% tax on those selling for over $10 million. Expected to raise about $900 million a year with that money going to fund affordable housing. A woman in Anaheim is offering $5,000 for the return of an urn containing her son's remains. The urn was left out on the porch of her home on Illinois Street back on March 21st. Why it was on the porch is unclear. Anybody with any information is asked to call the Anaheim Police Department. The Queen Mary is offering limited tours for the first time since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. About the same time, it was discovered that the historic 86-year-old ship needed $23 million worth of urgent repairs just to stay afloat in the water. About 20% of the ship is open during the initial tours, and hotel bookings are being accepted for reservations starting in May. SoFi Stadium is playing host to the spectacle known as WrestleMania this weekend. The 39th edition of the pro wrestling extravaganza continues today, starting at 4:30. Performers include John Cena, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, Charlotte Flair, and Logan Paul. Southland weather from KFI, clear overnight tonight, temperatures right around 60 degrees. Mostly sunny later on, highs in the low 60s to 62. Upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, no low 70s in the Inland Empire and Valley. Another small storm will move in late tonight with scattered showers after midnight, mostly in the mountain areas. Right now, it is 54 degrees in Huntington Beach. It's 53 in Fullerton. Whittier has 51, Woodland Hills has 53 degrees. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Trujillo. A 12-gun engagement on the way to went down at San Fernando Road. Now, it's not going to affect your drive, but it's just a lot of emotion going on over there. Well, the two people were wet down after Citrus Avenue. There's a vehicle on fire. The fire department is trying to extinguish things right now, but it's in a white lane. There's an accident on the 64 eastbound causing a 5-minute delay at Rosie Boulevard. It's driving that central lane. Here by the sign of be there faster. I'm only injured.
The Meadowalk is a brand new kitchen podcast that marries supernatural horror storytelling with an immersive psychological thriller to uncover the chilling stories and secrets that only the caves themselves.
Without monsters, there are no victims, no prosecutions, no defenses, no justice.
Listen to the Manawak Cave. That's MANCAWAUK on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. You locked your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call You're a Hero coming in air or online at superhero.com.
Unanticipated. The other things about gasoline prices, people drive less, but I haven't seen it. People drive slower because it sucks up less gas. I haven't seen it. The roads that I follow, all the people will be where I drive. They'll handle. I should have a 15-minute drive, and yesterday was 40 minutes. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh my God. That is a choice. That is a choice. Oh, well, they're drug addicted, so they kill people, but it's because of the drugs. No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in a gang is a choice.
What up, Agent Stallion?
Nobody forced this guy to make all those.
How you living?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KMI.
I'm well. I'm on Twitter Spaces right now. Sorry, I can't be in the chat.
Their pearls when you throw enemies getting the essential and the less than you like get those shoddy business.
Yeah, we need some help company. You want to help me?
Roads appear out of nowhere.
We like to assume that elections are...
Well, I got so much money, I need help counting it.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. What up, Pluto? How you living, baby?
9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, Pluto's in the chat.
More stimulating talk.
Welcome. What's new with you? What's new?
Oh, what's new? This program is being recorded.
I stream my life all day, every day, 24/7, 365. I've been doing it for 2 years now. I have more content on the internet than any person global history. Thank you. If you want to watch yourself live, we are. It might not let me post
Welcome to Coast
a link, but I can tell you if you just type ViralRabbi in YouTube and filter by live, you can always watch it. So if you ever need anything, let me know.
Coming up in the first half.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Master of reality.
Viral.
Unified Field Series. Self-taught metaphysician Mark
No, just ViralRabbi, and then filter by live. If you look, it's in my link. If you look on my profile, exactly, I'm streaming on 6 different streams.
Unified Field Series. Nearly 30 years later,
No, it's tough, but thank you for thinking so. I have 6 different Chromebooks going.
Renewable energy and future technology.
That's correct. And you're live on 7 different Instagrams. I will, trust me. Once people know about this, everyone will ensure that I have the best equipment possible to live stream my life. I've been doing it for more than 666 straight days. Data is the #1 resource on Earth, and I have more data online than any person in global history, which means I'm going to be a very rich man, which means Ethan Saladin, you're going to be a rich man, and it also means that Hugo's going to be a rich person.
Delving further into the dark, unknown reality of neurological weapons technology. The formula, money, power.
Hey, I mean, no one else is going to tell you that they're going to make you a trillionaire. It's like, well, how are you going to make you a trillionaire? Well, firstly, you have to understand inflation is the thing. So inflation will be a thing, so that at least the dollar won't be worth what it currently is. It will be diluted. On top of that, data is the #1 resource on Earth, and I have more data than any person on Earth. I have over 150,000 hours on YouTube. The next closest person is the next closest individual only has about 10,000 live streamed hours. So I have like 15 times the next closest individual. It's an incredible amount of data. And once it's able to be analyzed, I mean video of my life uploaded. Exactly. Data. Exactly.
We'll join in.
And you have a lot of things about yourself.
Celebrating the year 1974.
This data, the data is
How the universe is valuable.
Yes.
It's about the
Welcome to the audio imaginary.
Come on, people, or a large amount of people, and you can like predict the behavior based on that, or make something out of it that is useful to business. But your data, the data that you're talking about yourself, and how can you make money out of that?
It's a perfect snapshot, as in a time capsule, of what society has been day for day since the pandemic. So since 2020, you can watch every single day of my life and listen to the radio and watch the media. And not just that, we watch every major movie, listen to every major music album, and watch every major television show on it. So if you can connect with Star Wars or Star Trek or Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, we read the book, we watch the movie. So it's all on here. It's essentially the world's largest media collection for the last 2 years. We've seen the death of a queen and the birth of AI and everything in between. I do it for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. And so in order to make people talk about world peace, I've given my life to providing a platform. So I go on Twitter Spaces every single day and we talk to people and interview people about world peace and what they would do if they had the opportunity to bring about world peace, which brings us to you guys. Agent Saladin, with you, if I gave you the opportunity, how could you, if it's possible, how would you bring about world peace?
100% US-based customer support team.
I could give you all the power in the world.
Plus, you can keep your phone and number. With no contracts or activate pushing because they offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $1 a month. So you add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month for life. Never worry about drop calls.
You're right.
Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the local carriers to over 99% of the nation.
Okay, but I mean, like, good, exactly. So when my stream gets big, that's the first thing that we're going to do, is we're going to take good care of people in Africa, specifically to ensure that they have, there's no more world hunger, and Asia as well, but anywhere where you have hunger, we're going to ensure that there's no more world hunger. We're going to have life straws.
I'm from Africa. I live in Africa, but in the north of Africa, we don't have hunger. But when you go to
Sub-Saharan Africa,
they'll be exploited by Europe, especially Rabbi. And they take all the gold and everything for them, and they just leave them like that.
and so they need to pay for that. There need to be reparations and give it back to the countries in Africa. They've been exploited. They will. The United Nations can't region, but essentially what I would say is that we need to ensure that people in sub-Saharan Africa specifically have mosquito nets, so there's no more malaria. Additionally, we need to have life straws, where you can just take a straw and stick it in bacteria-ridden water and be able to drink out of it immediately because it's a filter. Those are important things. So once this got big, that's certainly some things that we would do. And then we would do what you were saying about the homelessness issue. And the way around that is to have container houses, or the small house movement is a thing as well. But we need to take care of these things, and we're looking for a leader, and somebody's got to go out there and talk about these things. So we talk about world peace, we talk about anti-gravity, we talk about anti-matter, we talk about traveling faster than the speed of light, and pushing the boundaries of society.
Good connections there.
AI is not
Yes, we talk about that as well.
Got me interested in the subject of physics and science in general, is learning about Albert Einstein when I was 10 years
Perhaps,
old.
I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right, because you're able to, with scalpel-like precision, like surgical precision, alienate people or reward people in any way that you wish, just based on whatever kind of characteristics you put in it, based on whomever is the what you call the gatekeepers of this information.
Big schools, Ivy League schools, and I was wondering why such an early age. But
Absolutely. I think these are all important things. These are important things that we discuss on my live stream every single day.
Finally got answered
And have
years later. When I found that out, I was not aware of that when I was
Oh, you're very kind. Thank you. I have 6 of them. So, if anything, make sure to filter by live. You type in ViralRabbi and filter by live. And if you filter by live, you'll see I have 6 streams at once. Very few people stream on YouTube. Even fewer people stream more than 8 hours. No one streams 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. On top of that, no one does it from 6 different streams. So you can look on different camera views and always have the information. I have redundancy, built-in redundancy, and built-in redundancy so that people can see this as much as possible. So I appreciate the follow. Make sure you follow me on all of them. You'll always see where I'm going. I'm always here for you. Agent Saladin, I want you to know, this is a person, if you ever need any help, I'm online. You can just type to me, and I'm here for whatever you need. Or you can just talk to me, however you want. Absolutely.
Which is a quasi-elastic solid. So this fundamental field is everywhere.
My name is Rabbi Michael Rothschild.
There's nowhere where it's not. And it's the real substance of the universe and everything.
And you can also just type in Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, and you'll always find me. I got 6 different streams going. In fact, you can see your face on my YouTube right now.
And so that's what Einstein was basically.
Oh, cool. There you go. So you can see it on the Discord.
He realized that electromagnetism,
it's very interesting. So I have more data than any person in global history, and people are really going to be interested in this. It's like, well, why aren't you famous right now? The reason why is because my internet sucks, and it's, so what's changing about it? I'm getting bigger and bigger on Twitter. I started on Twitter with no following. Now I have thousands of followers. I have my own fan club on Twitter, and I've been on Discord now and been picking up a lot of stream on Discord as well. And when I'm able to stream, I'm just waiting for like enough experience point to be able to stream in here. You can see my old streams of what I do on other Discords. You can basically let everybody know, hey, we're streaming live on YouTube, and then people are able to watch the conversation.
To create the primary
Do you have Twitter?
No, I'm trying
Sure. So I didn't know that much about it either. But there's this really cool thing called Twitter Spaces, which is a lot like Discord. Okay, so basically, it's like a party line or one big telephone call with like can be hundreds of people in it. And essentially what you do is it has all kinds of different conversations that you can go in. So I'm in one that I'm in every single night. What's NFT space? What is NFT? Non-fungible token. What is that? Do you know what an NFT is? Excellent. I didn't know exactly. I didn't know anything about them. really a month ago, and now I have them. I've had people give them to me. So what is it? It's essentially art. It's a piece of art that you can own. So what does that mean? It can be a song, it can be like an image, it can be a GIF, it can be a video, it can be whatever you want. Yes, you're exactly right. And those are going to be really popular. So yes, there are, and those are essentially, even though they call it non-fungible, they most certainly are fungible, and they're worth a lot. So I didn't know this, but some of these pictures are worth millions of dollars, and they're already done. And so what I've done, I saw one $12 million today. I saw one sold.
Not only would be no computational flight, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring around the clock, or therefore in any space-time interval in a physical sense.
But it's money laundering in a legal way.
But on the other hand, he kept telling people,
but you're right, at the end of the day, it's a way to hide your money.
Literally.
So,
kind of backing up.
Essentially, I didn't know anything about it, and we've got this overnight show that I help host, and we sing karaoke, and we have like name that tune, and we talk about the art, and we have like there are like stand-up comedians, there are musicians. So basically, it's this really interesting community that's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So basically, I'm always streaming, and I can always go into one of what's called a Twitter space, where people are talking about whatever. And a lot of times it's not just about cryptocurrency and NFTs, it's about really interesting topics, whatever's going on in the world, et cetera, et cetera. So I always have basically interactive on my stream, and I'm making you aware, if you're not on Twitter, it's really improved since Elon Musk took over. And it's no longer like just like tweeting like 240 characters. Now, with Twitter Blue, you can tweet up to 4,000 characters. I have Twitter Blue, so I can tweet up to 4,000 characters, which really expands it. You can basically write a book in a tweet, which it's like, well, what do you tweet 4,000 characters? I go to ChatGPT and I ask it questions about the future or about like the people who run the world, and I get 4,000, like a list of 4,000 vitamins that you're supposed to take, a list of 4,000 characters of vitamins you're supposed to take as a human, ways of life extension, ways to upload your mind, like really interesting things. And I'll take that information and tweet it out. So people really have found that to be useful, and they retweeted that kind of stuff. And so there have been improvements since Elon Musk took over from the tech aspect, but then there's this thing called Twitter Spaces, which is essentially what we're doing right now. But instead of us having like 3 of us here, we can have unlimited amounts. You can have like thousands of people in these things. And it's like, well, how do you control who's going to talk to you like that? You can control that by just saying only these people can talk or anyone can talk. But people raise their hands, and it's very organized, I would say. And so if you're not on Twitter, I would definitely endorse it as a new kind of, or not new, but as one of the types of social media that you can reconsider, because it has definitely improved my life.
Something that is not divided into parts or particles. It's a field that is completely continuous. And a good thing to describe that kind of a field is Newton's type of band. There's all equations, one is like that are continuous, calculus, a differential equation. Works real good at that. And that's what I use in my theory, and that's what Einstein used, and that's what Newton used. I'm going with the big gun. Concept or this thing that you're doing, major physicists have abandoned that before entirely and have gone to the quantum mechanics approach. I want to know your thought process. Particle interaction is the basis of the theory of quantum mechanics, and that forces and interactions are all
definitely comes from my heart. I'm a passionate person. I'm passionate about world peace. I'm passionate about history, and I feel like it's one of the best, if not the best, ways to document an individual's life in history. I am someone who is definitely interested in explorers. So when I go to sleep, the podcasts to which we listen are about explorers. So for instance, Captain Cook, Sir Edmund, so like for Ferdinand Magellan, Hernan Cortez, Christopher Columbus, um, Sir Francis Drake. I mean, the people who, Sir Edmund Hillary, the people who went to the top of Everest, or the people who circumnavigated the globe, or the people who were at the poles. All of these people, I feel, contributed something to society, and I'm doing the same thing virtually or digitally, and I'm creating the world's best archive of what a human life is like. And I really do it for my kids in the future. I don't have children right now, but I'd want to give them an idea of what their father was like when he was a young single man, streaming his life away. Basically, they would get an idea. And it wouldn't just be one generation; it would be generations upon generations who could see this ancestor and what their life was like. People did this 100 years ago to the best of their ability with the photograph and tried to take as many photographs as possible. And those are the people with whom we have the best memories. And in the same way, when you have a video version of this, and it's not just one or two video cassettes, this is live, living life live. It's really a way that you can connect. And I feel like my ancestors, or my descendants, I should say, will be able to really connect with their ancestors someday because they watch his life live on the internet, along with the rest of humanity. Another thing that this is going to be used for is for AI data modeling of a human. AI is good, but it's not perfect yet, and it needs video content in order to understand how humans interact on a daily basis, how they go to the bathroom, how they eat, how they sleep, what their sleep patterns are. All of those things are essentially captured within this, and we only look at this with what current camera capabilities are. There will be cameras in the future that will be able to see what's going on in my head right now, or what I look like with different clothes on, with different augmented reality options, so that really I will be the most famous person on Earth in global history, and I'm okay with that. I understand that that's something that is going to happen, and when it does, I will have hopefully a really nice platform about which to discuss world peace. Yeah.
One over the square root of permittivity times permeability. And when you calculate that out, you make the numbers for permittivity and permeability one of the goals is doing some data for the future, audience, maybe your relatives, or any person that finds it useful, and to model human behavior. And one thing to notice, like, basically it has to do with the way you collectively productivity has to do more with the electrostatic field and how it forms in space, and permeability has to do with the magnetic field and how it forms in space. And I like to think of those two as providing behavior of an impedance to the maximum rate of motion of the electrostatic field and the magnetic field. So both sides.
I stream outside my room as well.
It's an electromagnetic.
So I stream to the general public as well. I have phones with batteries with cell signals. So I have streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've been to Santa Monica, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Long Beach, all over Orange County. And that's kind of how it started. When I would stream my life, I would stream my golf swing. And streaming my golf swing is kind of how I started streaming my life. I got interested in watching my golf swing on camera. And I realized I was pretty funny while on camera. Some of the jokes I said were pretty funny. And I thought, this would be pretty interesting if my kids in the future would be able to see this, because it's kind of funny what I'm saying. And I continued streaming one day and then realized that in order to do it, if I'm going to do it, I should probably do it from different angles to have it in 360 degrees, and also the best amount to ensure that my devices, if I had a failure of any devices, that I would be able to continue streaming on the other devices. So essentially this started in 2021, though I do have camera footage from before then on terabytes and terabytes with hard drives. But I've been streaming live, so you can go back and you can actually see me on camera during an earthquake. People don't have themselves on camera during an earthquake. You can see my reaction to when Queen Elizabeth II died. You can see what it's like when essentially I learned about what ChatGPT is, and then begin to start using it, and then begin to start tweeting with it. It's very, very interesting.
I'll let you go get some water.
So essentially, this will be and see, we also don't see that how it can be edited in the future to be very, very efficient, so that you only see what I'm saying, when I'm saying it, and you don't have to go to the boring part. Some people may want to. At a university level, they may want to study my sleep patterns. I'm sure that people will. There are also people who don't have that kind of time. But just when I'm talking, they would have that much availability. It just depends on how much you want. But this is the first time that we've ever had someone who had more content than the world could digest all at once. It will take a long time for people to understand it. People always want more and more out of Netflix, out of Hulu, out of Disney, but they can only produce so much. I am constantly producing, which makes it very, very interesting.
And I mean, would you feel sorry about it?
I get frustrated with the technological issues that I run into. Specifically, I have really bad internet and I don't have much control over it. My internet is throttled because I stream so much. But aside from that, it doesn't hurt me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't touch me. So the only thing that's annoying about it is having to restart streams when my internet goes down. Aside from that, I like it.
I mean, one thing is one
Oh, I know that. I know that. So you have to understand. I'm lucky to even get that. The fact is, I'm just trying to get the stream out. In the future, we'll be able to make it 8K. There is technology out there, software that adds pixels to low quality video. So I'm not worried about that. Honestly, I'm just glad that it's getting out. You have to understand, I have 6 different YouTube streams going in a house that I don't own the internet. So basically, I'm borrowing all this internet in order to get this stream out. It's very, very difficult to stream this much. And then my ISP has limited how much I can stream at a given time. So even to be able to get one stream out is quite miraculous. So 6 at once, I'm really happy about it.
My suggestion is that you actually go to Boulevard, take 2 road views, and work your way back to the 60. Also, you can get the 605. Say if I'm a guy house, either
what are the
On the podcast, there are concepts included the standard Europe side, how great
It is. We have unlimited internet, so it's like they pay a monthly fee or something.
I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experience by tackling unusual questions. Listen to inner concept. Maybe you'll remember the heart radioactive or whatever you get your podcast.
Oh, I understand that.
that's your fun.
So how about at the moment, so not only hold their value, but it's an outright own.
The
If you're the one a Rolex,
is
you
like
thought you could afford one,
slow,
we suggest watch
kind of
Rolex,
your
card
the
tutor,
gateway,
and a whole lot
that's
more.
your
They have them all.
all
Buy,
the
sell, or trade, all the huge inventory of everybody watches. We overnight shipping on all orders. Great selection of vintage Rolex watches.
I understand exactly what you're saying. You have to understand something. I cannot improve the internet. Where I live, I cannot do anything about it. I can't get another type of internet. That's all I have. So I understand. I can move and do some other things, but at this point, this is what I have. I understand. You can talk to me about the connection all you want. I'm telling you right now, I know.
Discount automatically applies to your order.
Looking to sell your luxury watch?
Absolutely. No, I'm definitely aware of that. The first thing that I'm going to do when the stream gets big is get a better internet. And I mean, whether it takes me selling my car or doing whatever I have to do, I'll make sure that I get it. As of right now, I'm kind of just playing the cards that I'm dealt. And so the best thing I can do is just stream as best I can. Frankly, the fact that I'm streaming is a good thing. I mean, from just meeting you guys has been great, but also the fact that sometimes I deal with Wi-Fi issues and router issues and other issues. Look here, I got one for you. One thing that we talk about all the time. I don't know how long you've had a cell phone, but the entire time you've had a cell phone, I bet you have the same system. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. It doesn't have a percent, like a connection percentage. And I really am upset that phones don't do that. I think once this gets big, this stream gets big, people will have a lot of knowledge of what the connectivity is. But it's like you'll be sitting somewhere in your house, and your phone might go from 4 bars to 1 bar, or 4 bars to 3 bars, or 4 bars to 2 bars, or 3 bars to 2 bars, and you won't have moved. And it's like, well, what changed? Why did it change? Why isn't it consistent? No one's asking these questions in society. These are things that we ask on a daily basis because we know how much society will be improved when we have better connectivity.
Do you have any kind of schedule on learning new things?
We do our best to learn something every single day. I've gotten certain certifications while being on the stream. So I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data, and then we've also learned on here Salesforce certification. So we do learning. We stream every documentary that's ever been made on here on a daily basis. So basically, I've always got something going, and you should understand too. These cameras currently, are just barely able to get out the stream, but in the future, you'll be able to enhance them and zoom in and focus on things. So there's quite an interesting aspect that essentially I'm not interesting to you. Maybe the documentary we're watching is interesting to you, or perhaps the book that we're reading is interesting to you, or perhaps the Twitter space to which I'm listening or interacting is interesting. So there'll be different aspects. There'll be very multifaceted. I do my best to always recommend.
You have also kind of a schedule on your try to plan stuff beforehand, or you wake up and you start working, or you
It continues streaming. So usually the streams are going. If any of them have gone down, I start them back up, and then that's my one thing that I do every day is pray. So I do have that type of schedule. As a rabbi, I pray every day. And so people will see what an Orthodox rabbi lives, how they live their life on a daily basis. You see the blessings that I say, and essentially, it's quite an interesting take on what society is. One moment. Pardon me, I sneeze. And essentially, you'll see what as religious as a 21st century rabbi can be, and additionally, you'll see really what a human goes through on a daily basis, and I think in the future this will be very interesting to people, and especially when we're able to enhance things, particularly the quality and things like that. One really interesting aspect of it too is the fact that AI will be able to edit this very quickly for us to give us the highlights. So I could have like an 11-hour video, but it only gives us the highlights of the video for the in like a 1-minute snippet. And do you want to watch this one or not? We currently don't have those opportunities. In the future we will.
Right now, just go to beyondbelief.com. That's beyond.
My question was about like
more online conversation with goals,
specifically your life that you are doing at the moment, meaning that when you're working on the board, I need to do this today, or you just open the phone and work because all your personal information is at the moment, so follow and get what is the discussion
Yes, absolutely. There's a set schedule. So I can tell you every day essentially I pull all-nighters. So I sleep during the day and I'm up at night. Why? I just have developed that kind of schedule. I host an overnight show, so you can hear that in the background on Twitter Spaces. That's where they're singing right now, karaoke. So I do that from usually anywhere between 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 3:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then there's a morning show for this NFT, which I participate, and I also DJ that morning show. That's from 5:30 in the 3:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the morning. Then there's another show that I sometimes in which I participate, but a lot of times I go to bed at that time. Depending on how my life is going, but I try to pray every morning right at sunrise. So depending on what time of the year that is, and that isn't very long, but it is every single day. And then from there, I try to sleep, and then when I awake. Usually, I would say 9 times out of 10, there's a Twitter space where I've been invited. Somebody wants me to speak on something, depending on, it could be a variety of things. Sometimes it's religious, sometimes it's international relations, sometimes it's NFT. So I'll kind of just check and see, and people just DM me all kinds of interesting things. So I think, at least for a couple hours, that's what I do. Oh, and then I have to eat as well. So I find myself eating usually about 4:30 or 5 in the morning. So, I mean, really, yeah, I do have a pretty strict schedule. It doesn't necessarily. But
what about the physical activities, like working out or something, going for a walk?
Yeah, so I go on walks. I go on walks, and I live stream them. And then I also stretch. I do my best to stretch. In fact, I'm doing so right now. My foot. And so if you see in my stream, I've got a rope here. I'm a very big advocate of active isolated stretching. Am I able to do cardiovascular workouts? Not as much as I'd like, but I have been on camera running. It's just difficult to like, video yourself while running. So I usually do that on walks. But yeah, my walks are all uploaded on TikTok. So if I'm ever, or Instagram as well. So in addition to just what you're seeing on YouTube, I also have live streams on Instagram. I also have live streams on TikTok. So you can watch me on different platforms all at once.
Even with my theory,
the only reason why I don't do YouTube when I walk, and that isn't to say that I haven't. I have. It just doesn't work as well as Instagram does or Twitter Live.
Probably is the way to go, but it's probably easier for us to build an electrographity.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I've had to become the king of social media. I know more about social media, I would say, than every person in global history. I have over 1,000 TikTok just to give you an idea of how many accounts I've real ones that I've created. Real TikTok accounts. And the reason, it's a great question. So it's like, why would you do that? Okay, so I'm someone who believes in free speech. And like, Agent Saladin, you can call me whatever you want, and that's true. That's your right. I don't want to take that away from you, and I think that's a really great right that has been endowed by our Creator, whatever that is. Like, you should be able to call me whatever I want, or whatever you want, and I'll do the same to you, and then we're fine. There's been certain restrictions that have been placed on free speech, and on TikTok particularly, it's one of the really bad ones. Meaning, I can go on TikTok and just be talking, and someone may consider that hate speech, someone may consider that whatever, disrespectful behavior, and you get your stream taken down for a certain amount of time. So sometimes it's like 3 days, sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's like 3 days, sometimes it's a week, or it can be banned permanently. So I've gotten so many accounts banned permanently that I just realized, like, well, what were you saying that was so controversial? A lot of times I wasn't the one saying it. I would have a TikTok stream going in my room all the time, and I'll be just listening to regular radio, and they'll have a controversial topic on it, and somebody won't like it, and you'll get flagged for that. But that isn't necessarily something that I did wrong. So I got sick of getting all of these accounts banned, and in order to live stream, you have to have at least 1,000 followers. So in order to always ensure that I always had 1,000 followers, I made 1,000 accounts so that I could just follow every single account. If I ever needed another new account, just make sure that all the other accounts followed it, and then I would automatically always have 1,000 people, and I could always live stream, so nobody could take me down off of TikTok. As opposed to what currently happens, where people have their account and they might have one or two or three backups, but all of those will get taken down no matter what. If they're really trying to put a lot of time on the stream, they'll get taken down for all kinds of reasons. So that's why I created 1,000 TikTok accounts, to ensure that I couldn't be silent.
What's really happening, if you just use regular rockets for some sort of ordinary ionical motion like that, the rockets will actually contract in the direction of motion, and the mass will increase as that contraction occurs. And it will go right up to the speed of light. And believe me, you're going to have problems if you're in the spaceship and you're traveling without being in the ship. So it's a beautiful design. And I believe in intelligent design. There's a system by which you can defeat all of those Lorentz transformations, the increase in mass, the contraction of length, and time dilation. Can all be neutralized by being inside of the flipway, because all those are happening.
Nice talking to you as well, Tito. Pleasure to meet you. You have very kind words. Thank you, and best wishes. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me. I'm always here for you, okay?
When you move,
absolutely. We're going to make Pseudo rich. Agent Saladin, we're going to make you rich as well. Both of you guys, we're going to make you trillionaires. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Take care, Agent Saladin. We'll see you soon. Take care. Shout out to Agent Saladin. We'll make sure he's a trillionaire as well.
Which now I've evolved to Flipwave 2.0. That's part of what I'll have to write probably in another paper, but you have to pull space apart, which affects the supposed constants of permittivity and permeability, so that the mass and everything that the ship is made of is now no longer interacting and no longer experiencing inertia, no longer experiencing contraction, and the people inside will not feel any pull back as it accelerates. It will not, like when you're in a car and you hit the gas, you're going to be pushed back into the seat. That doesn't happen in a UFO. That's
You're not crushed by the gravitational forces. You're not crushed with engines.
Yeah. If we built a spaceship with just jets and tried to make the right angle turns that UFOs make, we'd be killed instantly. You have to cancel inertia, and the split wave system does that. And so the UFOs that aliens make also do that, and it makes it possible to travel through space extremely fast and in real time. So if you wanted to go to the next star system, instead of taking 4.2 light years to get there one way, now you can do it in a matter of minutes, but you can go 50, 60, 100,000 times the speed of light on biasing space first, entering into the slip wave. Now, as you move through space, it's almost as if there's no space at all that you're moving through. Think about it this way. Distance equals rate times time. The only reason we have time is because we have a real distance. The ego does exist. And time intervals develop because it takes time to travel a real physical distance. If you use the slip wave, the distance from the front of the ship to the back of the ship and everything in there, as if there's no distance at all. And as that bubble moves through space, it's as if the space it's moving through is not there. So the amount of acceleration or the ability to, the velocity to increase is up to whatever you do want by pulling space apart, stretching it, being inside of that bubble, and that bubble moves through space at whatever speed you want. because it's almost nothing. The space there is almost not there at all. It's pulled apart so much. It's a simple, sensible system. It's just something that we have to realize is real and truly happen. Because modern day physicists believe that permittivity and permeability are constant and they can't be changed. But that doesn't really make sense. Because the speed of light is also considered a constant, and our research has indicated that it is changing, slowing down. So again, light moves at the speed of whatever speed it moves because of the density of space. When you go through water, it slows down. When you go through air, it slows down. When you go through glass, it slows down even more. The heavier, the thicker, and the denser that medium, the slower it goes. So if you go back the other way and make the medium less dense, it can move faster.
I don't know how much or how familiar you are with Bob Lazar and his claims about, working on the back engineering of a vehicle at Area 51.
Yeah.
Now,
So, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say, he claims that the vehicle under study ran on antimatter, an antimatter reactor, and it was fueled by some chemical element. I think it had the atomic number 150, P115. I don't know what that element is called, unintentional or something. Does that make sense based on what you're telling us now?
Well, last time we talked, I wasn't a big believer in Bob Lazar, and just things he said made me question things. Since then, I went back and I've re-listened to all his tapes. I've listened to his interviews, and that guy is for real. You should believe, I do. I believe everything he said. He's backed up that he was a physicist. There's evidence that verifies that, and he did work at Los Alamos. And yes, that system was probably some 0-point energy. Not be too an antimatter. The thing that he described, he said it was like a cyclotron, so that there's huge amounts of current moving through it, and if he tried to put his hand close to it, it would be repelled. That's an indication that there's a very strong current field, and there are a very high voltage field that shields it somehow, and it's making a repulsive force. But and that would happen if you had, the electrons or whatever moving about in a circular fashion. So yeah, I believe the guy, and because of his explanation, I was able to verify that gravity one exists. But he kept talking about gravity. Normal gravity is emitting gravity and anti-gravity out of these emitters. And that confused me for years, but now I realize that absolutely makes sense. So yeah, Bob Lazar, we owe him a debt of gratitude, because he gave us some very good clues as to what's really going on. And the ship that he was working on was electrogravitic model.
So you're confident you've cracked the unified field theory. This will allow us to travel at superluminal speeds. What is it going to take? Is it just a question of how much money are we willing to spend at this, and how much time you think it will take?
The biggest obstacle is humanity and what you want to call the cabal or whatever it is. They're locking it down. And people who work on anti-gravity usually encounter a lot of trouble. And so, of course, I worry about that as well. But so far, nobody's said anything to me. The only thing I've noticed is some of my podcasts, some are edited. And when I go back and listen to them, when I talk about the magnetic field stuff, sometimes there's gaps. And it's happened 3 times now. Other than that, yeah. We could talk about that later after the show. I can give you an example. So I'm just going to keep going forward because I believe it's my obligation to continue working on this paper and bringing forth information. What is it going to take? It's going to take the government, the military-industrial complex, mainly the aeronautical groups that make the jets and the UFOs and so forth, not stopping them. But that's the big thing.
But they already have this now, correct? The government.
I believe so, yeah.
Right. Are you simply working, I'm not simply, are you working just on paper, or are you also, for example, creating these gravity fields?
I attempted to do the experiment in my book. I built a device I called magneto vortex drive, but the energies I was using were too low. I did get a signal of something which caused me to do more research. It appeared to me initially that one end, the North Pole of the magnet, was actually making, I'm looking at the drawings here, an attractive, and the South Pole would be repulsive. So my research then is, how can this be? I was expecting that at the time that the magnetic field will just simply make an anti-gravity field when it's strong enough. But instead, I saw that one pole was pulling, was an attractive, and the other side was repulsive. Now, with that said, I eventually found what was causing that effect. This is really a magnetic effect. But it took me to rethink everything. And I re-examined and discovered that the lines of force are drawn incorrectly. It's a long story in itself. I could get into that if you want, but the lines of force and magnetic fields, electrostatic fields, I believe are incorrect. But to further this discovery, I then researched Bob Lazar, who claims in the UFO that he worked on that the emitter emitted a gravitational field at one end and the repulsive anti-gravity field at the other end. It starts to make sense now. Townsend Brown said if I have the anode of the capacitor facing up, the thing gets lighter and it has a thrust upwards. When I flip it around, it gets heavier, it goes downward. Again, there is an indication that the poles emit both an attractive force on one end and an anti-gravity force on the other. Now the evidence is mounting for me to adjust my theory of anti-gravity and including a new type of non-contractive gravity.
All right, I've got something here, Marcus. We're heading to the top of the hour. We'll come back and discuss further things we'll get into how stars are formed according to your breakthrough discovery, and we'll also talk about Stargate technology, perhaps Project Sunshade, and much more. Mark Fiorentino is with us as we discuss the unified field theory, the theory of everything. Now, taking us into break from 1974, Cat Stevens, and Oh Very Young, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Oh, very young, why would you leave us tonight? You're on the dancing on the bed, far short while. I know your dreams is not done now. I'm fast, I'm ready, like a dance. And I'm through, and up to the sky. I know you want to be like forever, you know nothing will. You know, I can look to the side, oh, very young, what do you from the mind? I'll never see you that again. You're mine. Hello, this world is
Before the news, what it means, why it matters. There's nothing more irritating than going through self-checkout and the second item you put through, call for attention. And ladies and fellas, it's like a 50 calling them up separately. No. You should have more people here. The King Cuddling Junior Show. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walk down and take them for pay. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. She said, hey, you work at KMI? I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, oh, that's cool. What's his name? It's my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you. And I wanted to talk, and I got pissed. Oh, wow. Welcome on the King Cuddling Junior Show. Now that you say it, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We have people who get titles like lead officers. They tell us to get to a cooling center. What do you guys tell people? Hey, go to day. Chief officer. Is there another city that has a lead officer? Let's keep people around all day. Hey, it's hot out. Done again. I'm sorry, chief officer. The chief is probably a deputy chief officer. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Gladly have that conversation about the reformation of criminal justice, making sure that it's not based in race, that everybody gets equal treatment, that everybody has an opportunity. But it doesn't matter. Stop enforcing the law. Full stop. You're ignoring those individual victims of Jerry and Janet. They deserve justice. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I was for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of Emmy Awards I had to take. Please, that boycott. Hold on. Delete, would you? You did? Okay. So we need physically delete it. It's done again. So here I have to have corn, and I hate the corn. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live on the iHeartRadio app. Amber, Silver, and now perhaps Ebony. I'm Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We have the Amber Alert, the Silver Alert, and now a local state senator wants there to be an Ebony Alert. Stephen Bradford pushes bill, Senate Bill 673, to create an alert for missing Black women, girls, and youth. He says it would make it easier to get the word out about these cases, which he says still get far less attention from law enforcement and the media. Bradford represents the 35th district, which covers a host of communities, including Carson, Thompson, Inglewood, and Gardena. One person was hurt on Saturday when a group of skateboarders got into a fight with some 50 people at a pro-Donald Trump rally at the 102 days after a grand jury in New York voted to indict Trump for allegedly paying off a porn star through his then attorney, Michael Cohen. People are leaving California in surprising numbers. U.S. Census Bureau says the exodus started 3 years ago. Since 2020, some 500,000 people have left the state. More than half of California's 58 counties lost population. The biggest reduction, though, was in LA County. From July of 2021 to July of last year, some 90,000 people packed up and left. There was a special birthday celebrated at Disneyland yesterday. Steve Palazzo was there on the park's opening day back in 1955. Yesterday, she went back to the park to celebrate her 100th birthday. This is also the year that the Disney company is turning 100. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves is rolling into the top spot at the box office. The film saw a strong opening of over $16 million. Recent projections estimate it could bring in nearly $40 million. John Wick Chapter 4 will fall to number 2 on the domestic charts, looking to break $122 million by the end of the day tomorrow. Meanwhile, Creed 3, Shazam! Fury of the Gods, and Creed 6 will battle it out for third place. It's looking to bring in a few million in ticket sales. Southward weather from KFI, clear overnight tonight, temperatures near 50. Mostly sunny later on today with highs in the low 60s at the beaches, up to 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. Another small storm moves in late tonight with scattered showers after midnight, mostly in the mountains. Right now in Fullerton, 53 degrees, Anaheim is 55, La Habra 51, and Studio City at 52 degrees. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo. There's an accident for Eastdale causing a 5-minute delay at Rosie Boulevard. It's driving at Central Lane. Over 17 southbound right after Alonzo Boulevard, there is a crash. It's in the right-hand lane. If you're traveling in the Hollywood area, get ready for a little bit of a slowdown on the 101 for southbound. Starting at Vermont Avenue, it goes all the way to the 110. If I was trying to speak there faster, I'm having injured.
your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex, never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob Watson. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern, vintage, luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get fast and easy quote online from the watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. In this week's marketing report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, Wayne's Company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted info at results.com. Small business, you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one question, just under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned
Nice work, let's go.
to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Whatever you like when it comes to a song, if it's from the 80s, just keep it on tape. Absolutely. You're going to have to probably fill most of the vocals. I've never done it. Here. Is Island in the Stream, any rappers and is that from the 80s? Excellent. So, I'm going to post the lyrics so you can get it fun. I'm ready though. First one of the first lyrics is baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. Help me out here, please, Bob.
To talk to Richard East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Sterrett. Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Sterrett. The website is rock and roll and treating people place from Florida.
on March 17th by the doorbell camera at a residence in the community of Sunrise. The intriguing footage begins with a glowing orb entering into view, and as it moves further into the sky, it's joined by a pair of other lights, which together form a triangle. When the formation crosses the massive part of the horizon, two of the illuminations appear to fail. So they may have simply floated behind some clouds. Based on noise making the car in the footage, it would appear that this curious anomaly in the sky did not make any sound. To that end, and many online observers have compared the oddity seen in the video to the seen by witnesses in the past, and are now believed may be some kind of secret military technology, thanks once again to hosts of the coast-to-coast-am.com. Date.com, the online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. If you're sick of being single, if you're fed up, waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Date has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Date, and as soon as you do, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs nothing to send a link, so you can start contacting the people that you've seen straight away. And search by location to find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Date today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. Back to more of my conversation with Mark Fiorentino, and we discussed the theory of everything. Plus, your call right here on Coast to Coast.
Marvelous entertainment and also marvelous other released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
From the tracking and using some that because all of the origins to chicken that keeps the brain. It's part of Maxwell's diet.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was telling me what all he was trying to do. Now I got another carnivore, and I called and canceled my surgery. And she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away.
I had bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arm full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code FORCE to get 15% off your order.
And we are back with Mark Fiorentino, the author of Master of Reality, Super Relativity, the Unified Field Theory. The big Unified Field Theory, which you believe you have cracked, this also, you believe, can explain the formation of stars?
Yeah, there's a whole theory based on
phenomenal.
The neutron as being the primary thing that causes the universe to come about. So how I got to that was assuming
All right, here we go.
divine, I said that it's no accident
Sing
that
along
when
if
you
you
put
know
a
the lyrics.
neutron into outer space
Can
and
you hear it?
you awaken everything else, a single one, 15 minutes it turns into hydrogen, a proton, an electron. That's deliberate. That was by design, which means at the beginning, the Big Bang, when that happened, the thing that blew up must have been made of solid neutrons, so neutronium. And so what do we find now, the astrophysicists, when a star explodes, what's left behind? Now, I'll ask you, give you a shot at answer, because you're pretty familiar with all this stuff. What's left when a star explodes?
The one thing that stars don't produce is helium, correct?
No. Stars produce, stars build from hydrogen. They make helium. They use the fusion process so on. But when a star blows up, what's left is either a neutron star or a black hole. Now, physicists, they do this a lot. They misinterpret a simple thing. They say, you know what I think happened? I think when the star exploded, just before it exploded, it all collapsed and had this super big, crushing of matter and energy. And the result, as it blows up, is that it creates a neutron star. No. But I'm saying it happens. Makes more sense. The neutron star is already there. And in every star, the center of that star is a solid neutron sphere, rapidly spinning, which is what causes the sun and other stars to have rotation. This is a flame dragon aspect of the rapidly spinning neutron sphere that's inside of it. So where did those things come from? All the stars we see in the universe and the planets, I'll get to that later, all the stars have neutron spheres in them, or black holes if they're big enough. And where they come from? The Big Bang. And the neutron is the basic thing that's necessary to build this universe. And when the Big Bang happened, what came out of that massive black hole, which is made of solid neutronium, because sometimes when the really big stars blow up, they leave a black hole. Why not assume that the black hole is made out of neutronium? Only much denser. When you get to a certain size, the gravity becomes so strong that it is a black hole. So what I'm saying is that stars from neutron gas that comes out at the Big Bang with huge amounts of neutron spheres spinning about in various sizes. The bigger ones form galaxies around them, which attract lots of neutron gas within 15 minutes to inside. Star building can build a star almost immediately. And then, with that, forge millions of smaller sized ones. The ones that are big enough to form into stars, because you need a gravitational force to pull the hydrogen together. If you ask an astrophysicist, when a star forms, they start to stammer and, will hit the ground and look down. Well, we think the gas just kind of goes into knots and then just falls together by gravity to the proton, the repulsive force. They know that. So they know their explanation makes no sense, but they stick with it. So what I'm saying is, star formation comes about because of the neutronium spheres attract the neutron gas of the hydrogen, it's the form, pulls it together, and when it gets close and it's spinning around, that gas gets so pressurized from that intense magnetic field that pulls that gas in there, it starts the fusion process. Then helium is created, and then the next element, carbon, silicon, until each time it goes up and it runs out of fuel and goes up to the next element, it burns hotter. Eventually it burns so hot it blows the atmosphere off, and you see the neutron star again. and pulsars, which are remnant neutron stars that are rapidly spinning. And that's basic theory.
What can we do with black holes? I mean, are they not eventually going to swallow us up? What can we do in the meantime with black holes, and can that be prevented?
Well, yeah, when I realized that the universe is actually collapsing, I thought about, well, there's a problem there, and maybe is there anything we could do to fix that? So I invented the idea of the stellar converter, which uses the slipwave technology. I did some research and continue to find evidence that the universe is actually collapsing. We're moving toward the Great Attractor. We know that. And that's a big, massive object that's out there. And our galaxy is moving toward it at about 1.3 million miles an hour. So that explains why galaxies that we see out there are accelerating. They're not accelerating because of a mythical, or what's that particle called, dark energy causing expansion. They're actually falling towards other black holes, all scattered, massive ones. I call them Titan-sized ones. They're falling towards those. So I realized that in the end, this universe is going to collapse together, and we're already in that phase. So I thought, well, is there anything we could do to solve it? So I invented the stellar converter, which uses anti-gravity technique to contact it at the poles. You either use the electrostatic type or the magnetic type. I know the magnetic type is working because they've seen way out at far distant ends of the universe these quasars, and they're shooting out of what's just let me drink. A black hole out of the poles. They're shooting immense amounts of particles of light, and they're magnetic because they can see that the light coming out of it has been polarized, and that takes a big, intensive magnetic field. So there is some evidence that this will work. If that's naturally caused by an accretion layer, the disk, or by somebody who's, causing a black hole to empty out, this is the only way you can do that safely. They could use because it's neutronium, made of neutronium, the particles coming out of there will be neutrons initially, they'll shoot out. Within 15 minutes, the neutrons will turn into protons and electrons, which form hydrogen. And if they shoot it towards another neutron star, they could start building stars from that. That's a lot of work. And I don't know if we could swing it. Just the super gigantic ones, they're going to be hard to empty out. And it's going to take billions and billions and billions of years to do this. And I don't know if it's practical. I think naturally, over time, the titans will merge. The galaxies are already falling towards them. In time, this universe will physically end, and everything in it will pass away as well, unless you're on a starship that can get far enough from.
All right, so we're talking about billions and billions of years. So we should still, we should still renew our 5-year mortgage.
Sure.
but can we pull energy out of black holes?
Well, you can pull the hydrogen, and that's a massive object, but it's got energy in it. It's got the electron and so forth. Can you make like a unity game? A device is some kind of zero-point energy device. Maybe, it takes a little imagination to do that, but, the fact that it's moving, it's spinning, that could be used in some way to create power, perhaps. I haven't really done.
Okay, what about just from the ether then? What about just from the ether? Can we? Is that what they call 0 points from the ether?
Yeah, and Stephen Greer is doing a lot with that right now. I think he's pursuing people that have made claims that they have 0 points. time we talked, I wasn't so sure about it, but my continuing research has convinced me that, yeah, there's people that have succeeded. And I know this for a fact because a long time ago, I went on a date with somebody who will remain nameless, who worked for Two Towers. And that person says, I was in the patent department. And this was funny. You know what? I've seen patents that will change the world. They're energy creation devices that would change the world. And I said, well, what happens to them? We just buy them and hold them. They're out there. They're out there. They're holding them. The power companies are holding them. Not, you have to overcome this inertia that's coming from the side of the country of this government that wants to keep all that technology away from the people. And because there's money to be made by continuing to sell power by burning fuels and so forth. And so, yeah, I think it's very possible to, and there's a variety of ways, some of which I hadn't even thought of, but there's other people that are very clever and have apparently succeeded, according to Stephen Greer.
All right, Stargate technology, the ability to travel to different time and space dimensions. Does the theory of everything, or the unified field theory, allow for that?
Yeah, in my book, I talk about Stargate technology, and the trick to get that to work is you have to use some structure, the frame around it, let's say, like you see in the show, has to be built from fractal lenses. Fractal lens is a technology that uses metamaterials, which allow the speed of light to accelerate beyond its normal speed, all the way up to infinitely fast. And that's what's being claimed on ResearchGate by material scientists right now. They claim that they've succeeded in building metamaterials that, we're going back to Maxwell's equation, that affect the permittivity and permeability. They could take it down to zero by arranging the atoms inside of the material in a certain pattern. And they claim when you shine light on it, it goes infinitely fast. And that's what's needed. You put a laser beam into that and then pass it through, and what comes out is super high frequency photons. And that is what's used to tune the space within the framework of the Stargate. You have to increase the frequency a lot to get to other dimensions. There are higher levels. And you can open Stargates to other times and other dimensions, theoretically. I have an interest in past and future. Past and future, yeah. Either way. Now, I don't know the mathematics involved or any of that, but I'm sure if the government has succeeded, and I suspect they have the math, and they have the physicists, and they have the computers that can modulate and create the right frequencies by adjusting some metamaterials and the power of the laser. And they may even use sound in conjunction at high frequencies to make these Stargates open portals. That's all it is, to another time or another dimension or another area of our galaxy or universe.
Well, we've had guests on here who claim that they work for some of these or are involved in some projects involving time travel, like Project Pegasus, for example. Do you have any reason to doubt that this technology? I'll tell you what. I'll ask you this after the break. If we're heading to the bottom of the hour, I can ask you whether you think this technology is already in the hands of some sort of breakaway civilization or the government. I'll get to you to answer that on the other side, and I will get to you called with Mark Fiorentino, the author of Master of Reality, taking us into the break. Here's another great hit from 1974, John Lennon's Whatever Gets You Through the Night, from Coast to Coast, AM.
Expect gas prices to keep going up. I'm Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. AAA says that with oil prices about $70 a barrel and demand for gas high, we expect prices to keep inching up. The average price for a gallon of regular unleaded in LA County is $4.86. In Orange County, the average is $4.82 a gallon. Archbishop Jose H. Gomez will celebrate Palm Sunday Mass at the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels this morning at 10. Mass will begin outdoors on the Cathedral Plaza for the blessing of palm branches. If you're looking to adopt a special four-legged friend, this is the perfect weekend. Adoption fees for Dossier LA at adoption centers. Southland weather from KFI, clear skies tonight, mostly sunny later on. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire and in the valleys. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo. These are to the right and shoulder cut. It's still causing you a backup of I don't think it's right. Also, something that's still backing you up is on the 5 going northbound right before Grande Vista Avenue. There was a train that's already coming go for you from Olympic Boulevard. If I was trying to get her faster, I'm telling you.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody. Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a tune bell. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family and your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them, toe to toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought through the courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit ForThePeople.com to learn about our firm, Morgan & Morgan. So, visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you. In this Chief Marketing Report, Patricia Sayaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we have to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, Dino, it's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketing access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. You left your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's right up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mouth and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower bin.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vacuum.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call the Hero Hero coming in or online at ReaderHero.com.
Golden Voice Thursday, powered forever. Golden Roses, for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Day Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale April 6th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Interview camping now on our radio AM 640. Oh, you know. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Parrish.
Welcome back. And Canadian song skip The Guess Who and their 1974 song paying homage to the late American DJ Robert Weston Smith, aka Wolfman Jack. A recent video captured by a plane passenger over Stratford, Connecticut has sparked interest and debate among UFO enthusiasts and skeptics alike. The video shows a white oval-shaped object flying at high speed and altitude with no apparent wings, tail, engine, or exhaust. The object resembles the so-called six-pack UFOs that were encountered by U.S. Navy pilots in 2004 and 2015, and that are still unexplained by the government. Eyewitness states, on Saturday, March 11, 2023, I was flying south over Central California on Southwest Airlines Flight 2463 from Sacramento Airport to San Diego. I was seated in the window seating on the left side in the middle of the plane, right behind the left wing. About halfway through our flight, I was looking out the window and saw a six-pack UFO in the distance traveling perpendicular to us. It was a white cylinder craft with no wings, windows, markings, or discernible features. It was a smooth white cylinder with no visible means of propulsion or exhaust means. The video has attracted thousands of views and comments, and some people are suggesting that the object is an alien spacecraft, a secret military project, a drone, a balloon, or a hoax. And you can read more of the story in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. If you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, if you want to learn more, you can visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, and once you're there, you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Parrish Strange Planet, with new episodes dropping every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Richard Parrish Strange Planet. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to think about a premium subscription. There are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listings, free subscription to my newsletter, discounts on merch, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom. StrangePlanet.ca. Back to more of my conversation with Mark Giorgino as we discuss the theory of everything, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place. Getting emails, forms can be like one-stop shop for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity theft. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. NOAA can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Gibson, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Gone. In this film, economist and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount to give you more retirement income with the same dollars saved.
I'm with D on this one, with April Fools. I was going to be on my toes anyway, but then on top of that, I always got some, somebody's got some lame joke they're trying to hook me with. and then I got to worry about different time zones and all kinds of other things. There, I can't stand that shit. I'm so glad they took it.
At 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value. When you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now. 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. 1-800-506-2020. All right, let's go to the phones for Mark Fiorentino and Jason is in Olympia, Washington. Jason, welcome to Coach.
Thank you so much, Richard, for taking my call. And Mark,
boy, I wish that Twitter would institute one of the technologies that I've seen used on other platforms, Omelette in particular, that when you end your stream, you can send the people to another person's stream. So that it's really easy when we have to end this space. Anyone who isn't going to man this space would default go there anyway. And you could just keep getting moved on throughout the day. I really wish it would do that.
I've done some research on my own, and tachyon particles is a subatomic particle even smaller than what we are aware of. What are your thoughts on that? And then my last comment, my favorite comment from Albert Einstein, what you can't imagine, you can't discover.
All right, great question, Jason. Thank you for that. All right, tachyon particles, Mark.
Tachyon particles, something that's come up on, I guess, science fiction mainly, hasn't it? I don't think they've ever actually discovered the tachyon, so at this point, I'm taking the stand it probably doesn't exist. And it's not necessary for faster than light travel. But if it did exist, it's just like any other particle, like the photon. It's an electromagnetic device. In my theory, the photon moves at the maximum rate of speed because it's a neutrally charged, it's half positive, half negative, flies in a straight line, does not accelerate, so it does not generate mass. So the tachyon should somehow have to outperform the photon by even somehow being even more neutral. I don't know how they affect it. So the tachyon would have to have zero charge and for some reason be able to move at a faster than light speed. But I don't know if there's any scientists out there looking for it. But yeah, keep an open mind. Maybe someday they'll discover it. But as of this time, it's not around.
Jason, great call. Thank you for that. Kelly from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Kelly, welcome to Coach. Good morning.
Thank you, Carl.
Hi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. I was going back to, I was listening about conversation about UFOs and this and that. Listen, you got your magnetic fields and all this and that, and gravity and this and that, and you got black matter too. Wouldn't black matter be kind of involved? I know black matter has to be described. I don't know if you mean dark matter. Is that what you were referring to? Right, yeah, okay.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Mark, dark matter, how does that fit into the unified field theory, if at all?
Dark matter, well, they think there's something out there, there's extra mass that they can't explain. I personally think that extra mass are neutron spheres. If they're not near anything, they have enormous mass and you can't really detect them. If there's nothing around them spinning rapidly, any ions, they're not pulsars. They're just completely silent. So there's probably a lot of additional neutronium spheres that make up every galaxy and account for the extra mass that keeps the galaxy spinning the way they do and not flying apart. So that's what I think the dark matter is. It's not some mysterious particle, undiscovered or whatever. I don't think that's ever going to pan out.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question here that came to me via the email, and it's from Doc Edwin Young, talking about, well, it reminded me of this question of something that Grant Cameron of presidentialufos.com said. I could say, someone from MJ12 or Majestic 12 suggested that there is an ESP component to UFO propulsion, and Doc Edwin Young's question specifically has to do with.
I just want to thank you, Neil Gene. Thank you for being the best host and co-host in the overnight space, definitely on Twitter Spaces. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for being so consistent and for all the love that you show to the community.
Millions of years more advanced. A human being, 100,000 years from now, is going to have amazing psychic abilities. Over time, it gets so powerful. You know, we're only a level 1 consciousness. There's, according to aliens, or people who have talked to aliens, they say there's 10 levels, and we are only at level 1. We're just now evolving, and, you know, there's psychic mediums that are coming about now in greater numbers. But yeah, a lot of these people that claim they've been abducted and so forth say that some of these alien technologies, they're biological, they're craft, and they're controlled by mind, and, you know, telekinetic type things that can manipulate and bias space through mental powers. And I fully believe that that's very possible, and I don't, you know, argue with the possibility and probability that the very advanced aliens are way beyond the slip wave that I describe in my book. That's entry-level technology if you want to get into outer space and explore the universe. What they're doing is a slip wave that's created mentally, and that's pretty, you know, it's almost godlike powers.
All right. Harry, thank you for the call. Let's get ahead of Scott. He is in Costa Mesa, California. Good morning, Scott. Welcome to Coast.
Hey guys, see Richard, Mark, you got my house statement. If we could go back to the sort of space travel, I'm secure enough to say that a lot of this is going way over my head, but I'm kind of grasping it a bit. But I'm curious, and I throw a hypothetical out there, that if you're traveling light years, light speed, the speed of light, you need to know the things that will be in your way during that path of travel, like the unseen or the unknown, and those create a catastrophe with your ship or whatnot.
Great question.
Yeah, and I agree with your thought process that I said, oh, you know, there's going to be some problems here. Travel at this speed, so they must have some advanced squatting system or something now. So what I've done is ask people I've interviewed people who claim they, you know, I've gone on board ships, and I asked them about this, and they say they follow magnetic field lines that apparently stretch across space between all the stars and planetary systems, and they travel these lines, and they can detect if there's going to be anything in the way. It's kind of like a passive radar system in a way, and that's what they claim they use. Now, of course, you're right, there's a big problem. If you don't be careful and you hit something going 100,000 times the speed of light, it's not going to be a situation where you survive. On the other hand, alien craft are known to be able to go through solid objects. So maybe they're advanced technology that allows them to do that. And I've talked to people in Australia who were abducted and said, hey, when I'm on the side. So they have a technology that they can use while in motion that allows them to pass through solid material. So maybe that's employed as well to keep them safe. It is very dangerous to go beyond the speed of light.
Scott, thank you for the question. I've got to squeeze this question in, Mark, and that has to do with the near-death experience and how that might fit into the theory of everything and unified field theory.
Well, I discovered the signature of God, what I call the signature of God, which a near-death experiencer named Linclair Dennis calls the pattern. And I decided to look through near-death experiences for the thing that Einstein was looking for, which was a dynamical geometry. And I thought, I listened to what Einstein said about, I want to know God, how God created this world. I'm not interested in that or that, this or that phenomenon or this spectrum or that element. I want to know his thought. So with that in mind, I said, okay, now I'm going to go ask God, and I'm not going to die to do it, but somebody else did. And if God wants to get me a message, he'll show somebody this geometry I'm looking for, and I'll know it's right because it'll be composed of three elements. And I found this lady, Linclair Dennis, had a near-death experience, saw this thing, and basically God tells her, this thing, this pattern is representative of time and space and energy that's generating matter. Exactly what my theory says. And it was the trefoil knot. So here's an instance where somebody has a near-death experience, gains universal knowledge, comes back, and I'm able to fit it into the pattern, into the unified field theory. From that pattern, that trefoil knot, I was able to devise the mathematics to predict if the quarks are moving rapidly around, they're going to generate mass, and that is the unified field theory. Basically, that completes the mechanical explanation. So definitely, to me, near-death experiences are very important. I believe them. I believe these people are telling the truth. There may be one or two people who are making stuff up, but I will tell you there's hundreds of thousands of them out there, and there are more showing up on the internet every day, more writing books. It's real. The afterlife is real. And we should go and check with the Creator if we want to know how things work.
All right, first time caller, Roy in Missouri. Roy, welcome to the show.
You say hi, guys.
Hi there.
Well, I want to know how Einstein came up with his theory. He was, wow. Now, he wasn't get something to do with being personal with his gentleman. And I'll show you. There's a picture of the eclipse. And Einstein tells himself to do a certain experiment to prove that his theory was right. Now, I kind of watch a lot of stuff about these good things, what he calls the pictures on the wall and stuff.
I was in there.
But that certain experiment of him, the thing I think surround objects, I don't know if it's like necessary, dollars or something, but,
hang on, Roy. Let me get you quick. Really tight on time here. Just about out of time. Is this the eclipse and Einstein's experiment with someone in Australia? Did any of this ring a bell, Mark?
I think the one that actually proved them right, there were people in Australia, there were people in South America, the one in Africa was the one I think was on a little island just off Africa that confirmed the bending of light as it was going around the sun, and confirmed, basically confirmed general relativity. That's what I believe happened. Yeah.
All right. So, Master of Reality, how do we get a copy of the book?
You can go to my website. I got buttons, links right on the main page, www.super-relativity.com. And you can buy it from Amazon, or I have a limited supply at my house, and I can send you a signed copy. But I'll probably run out of those really quick if a lot of people order them, and then you may have to wait for a while until the shipment comes in. But you can get it through my website to buy a book, sign it, or you can buy it from Amazon, and I got the link that takes you right to Amazon. You can buy either a Kindle version or the hard copy.
All right, we've linked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com. gmail.com as well, Mark. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. I always learn so much when I speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
All right, when we come back, whistleblower, targeted individual Michael Bell will be here. We'll be here at the great Grand Trunk Railroad and the locomotion Route 74 on Coast to Coast 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper and quietly talking to her husband and lots of disappearing, and all of a sudden, here comes on stage, and she's 24, and she says, "What comes on?" She throws her baby to the stage, and I'm like, "Who are you?" So here we are. It's very cool to see people reclaim their youth as well. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I wanted to dovetail on to something that Dave Boss said. I was thinking, you had the idea that perhaps have other options. And I was thinking perhaps maybe if you met someone in your life, there'd be some kind of app or something that you could show what NFTs they had, and like you connected with that person in real life as opposed to just like in the interwebs and such. I mean, I'm thinking like, for instance, there are so many people who met up at NFTLA. They have all met each other, and then there could be some kind of cyber web space where their PFPs could be together because they've really met. They're so much friends, etc., etc. It was something that Dave Fletcher said, and it triggered in my mind just more ways to generate content, more ways to build a community, and I really think it's really important. When you meet in real life, you guys are going to be linked for a long time. It's really interesting, and I think that's a beautiful thing to capture.
I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and you pay for gas tank. I'm 9 years old. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A drug deal gone wrong. I'm Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. That's what police now believe happened yesterday outside Trader Joe's in West Hills. They say several people started shooting each other. One man was killed, 3 others were injured. One person found and arrested. Nobody in the store was hurt. Los Angeles County health officials have issued revised COVID guidances for schools. They require employees or students who test positive to isolate at home for at least 5 days. They can return after day 6 as long as they don't have a fever, as long as they wear a mask when they're around others through day 10. Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer said she's confident that case numbers and hospitalizations will stay low into the spring. At the same time, she's urging people to continue to take precautions against spreading the virus. High-end property started costing more this weekend as measures ULA, or the so-called mansion tax, went into effect.
It adds a 4% tax to the selling price of homes and other buildings going for $5 million and up, and a 5.5% tax on those selling 12 to 10 million. Expected to raise about $900 million a year. That money is earmarked to fund affordable housing programs. A woman in Anaheim is offering $5,000 for the return of an urn containing her son's remains. The urn was set down on the porch of her home on Illinois Street back on March 21st. Why it was on the porch is unclear. Anybody with any information is asked to call the Anaheim Police Department. SoFi Stadium is playing host to the spectacle known as WrestleMania this weekend. The 39th edition of the Pro Wrestling Extravaganza continues today, starting at 4:30. Southland weather from KFI skies overnight with our temperatures right around 50 degrees. Mostly sunny later on today, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, and the low 70s in the Inland Empire and Valley. There's another small storm moving in late tonight with scattered showers right around midnight, but mostly in the mountain areas. Right now, Fullerton has 53 degrees, La Habra has 54. Currently, it's 51 degrees in Long Beach, Woodland Hills at 52. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trivia. A little bit of a delay in the I-5 for Evan and the Rookie Fairmont Boulevard is a flash. It just takes right in that left-hand lane. Over 17 going southbound right after Alonzo Boulevard. There is a crash. It's in the right-hand lane. Walk right clear in the middle lane on the 5-way northbound at Simply Highway. KFI was going to have to be faster. I'm only injured.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators.
They're allowed a little bit of a break. They pulled the all-nighter, had a hell of a show. Queen is the host, Yoshi is the co-host. They rocked it out. They're allowed some shut-off. Not just karaoke, but specific decades karaoke from the 80s.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Meadow is a brand new fiction podcast that marries supernatural horror storytelling with an immersive psychological thriller. Tune into one coverage of chilling story and secrets as old as the caves themselves.
Without monsters, there are no victims, no prosecution, no defenses, no justice.
Listen to the Manawak Kids. That's MANCAWAUK Kids on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your traditional investing aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? I want to suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get fast and easy quote online from watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Coca-Cola. That could be their next product, right? Handle World. Oh, no. Oh, do you want to go to the It's like Bill Handel? Bill Handel. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Music playing, our body swaying in time. I feel so warm and tender. Lord, I feel such a sweet surrender. Beautiful as a dream that makes me rock me slowly. Get me there, something you know that I am in love like Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Sterling. As we continue with our tribute to 1974, some great music from that year, and this is Andrew Uwackham, born in Montreal back in 1946, known professionally as Andy Kim and Rocking Gently. My guest, coming up next, reveals a new form of covert domestic terrorism being perpetrated on innocent United States citizens and millions of people around the world. This crime that has infiltrated every aspect of society, secrecy flourishing at the expense of the U.S. taxpayer, and it brings terror to the entire global population. My conversation with whistleblower, targeted individual, Michael 6Q Bell, and that begins right after this on Coast to Coast AM.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels with the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Portion was always issues looking cause factors need started dynamite. I started seeing more improvements, and today 99% of those issues are
I'm live on YouTube, Veronica.
Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
What up, Core? I'm live on YouTube, baby.
VINO.com.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, trading six-figure income.
How you living, Core? How are you, Veronica?
401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Becky, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood.
I stream my life all day, every day, live on the internet, on YouTube, for world peace.
Strange concept I call this retirement discount. More retirement income with the same
Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI-ROTHSCHILD.
Even people who are on track have just in mind to get this new strategy.
Sure.
Increases their retirement income and can allow them to stop working years sooner.
The link, I can't send a link to
$30
this chat.
value. Call today, you get it completely free. 2 hours of bonus.
Oh, okay, just a moment.
All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card.
Oh, you're going to be a trillionaire, bro. I'm going as fast as I can. And you're like, well, how? I have more time. I have more. I am. Oh, wait. Don't time you like that. Hold on. I'm streaming a lot right now. Hold on. I got you, though. It'll be less than 5 seconds. I'm streaming, 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. So you should have it right now. Just click that link.
Created by the United States government and believed to be part of the military
Streaming on Instagram, on 7 different Instagrams and 6 different YouTubes. Yeah, I have more content than any person in global history. Click that link and you'll see you're live on 6 different YouTubes. You're famous. So is Pixelhead.
1 and 2, and his latest is American
You can hear yourself live on YouTube.
Global Cabal, Project Monarch, and military industrial.
You will be able to when you click that. You'll be able to see your avatar and everything.
I'm watching.
Richard, it's great to be back on Coast to Coast.
There you go. There should be 6 of them.
Great to be here.
For those who are not familiar with your story and missed your previous appearances on Coast,
yeah, absolutely. I got this thing that translates. Check this out. Do you know any other languages other than English?
I guess I can tell you it started in January.
Okay, you do. What language do you know?
It actually had been started earlier in my life, but I was only aware that
that's absolutely true, and I was just going to translate with it. So just one moment, I got this thing, it's called a pocket pop, and it translates any device. It translates any language to any language. So we'll make it English to Spanish, just to be just a moment. Starting up. Here we go. Alright, or it's in here's Chinese. Here's Chinese. Just a moment. This device translates anything to any language. So here it is translated to Chinese.
8 days later, and I noticed my body was riddled with dozens of tiny corresponding and symmetrical covert cosmic incision scars. And I consulted with several private investigators and a former CIA agent that informed me that it sounded like I'd become what is known as a targeted individual, and I had possibly been implanted with advanced.
Yeah, I stream my entire life online. You can watch me whenever you want. I'm live on the internet. I didn't force you, but if you ever need anything, no, I know that too. Thanks, dog. All right, cool. Have fun, people.
The private investigator and former CIA agent all told me that I was likely part of a massive field test and illegal clinical trial of human experimentation using classified technologies. It's believed that this system is the most advanced weapon system ever created by mankind, and a weapon in every sense of the word. It's a human experimentation program that causes extreme psychological terror as well as physical torture. And this kind of illegal human experimentation is considered a war crime, and it's the highest ranking type of capital punishable crime by the death penalty.
What up, baby?
It's been estimated that as much as many 50%, a third to 50% of Americans have already been implanted with non-therapeutic, non-consensual RFID biomedical implant technology without their knowledge, permission, or consent. Technology is way ahead of the law. The law has a lot of catching up to do.
All right. I want to come back to that point in a moment, because if you're curious to know how that figure derived at it, that's startling. 1/3 to 50% of Americans have basically been implanted with RFID chips without their consent or knowledge. But before we get that, I want to get back to your 8 days essentially in captivity when you were implanted against your will and drugged and so forth. What began to happen immediately after that in terms of when we think of targeted individuals, we think of electronic torture and surveillance and these sorts of things. What started to happen? What did you notice?
Well, before the abduction, it kind of culminated in the abduction. There were several abductions. There was more than one. But before leading up to that, I noticed that there were cars parked outside of my apartment building with people just sitting in them for no reason, with the car running. And then if I tried to report them to the
police, as soon as I made the phone call, I'd see the car slowly pull away from the curb and go away, just as if it was listening to my phone call. I had what you would call organized
every day a holiday, every meal to feed holidays in Chicagoland.
In stores covertly, not overtly. And in my neighborhood at the time, there was a non-stop dogs barking, firecrackers going off, people flushing toilets, people, stereos in cars going by my house. It was strange.
I love it, Jeffy. I love that.
I didn't understand what was happening to me at first, but I can look back now and understand.
Oh, that's sick.
And
That's
then
brand new.
your
I love it.
drugging and abduction in 2008, what else did you start to notice? I mean, did you have, were they, I don't know, tracking or surveilling?
Did you live in Chicagoland when the Bulls were at their peak?
And other, what other things were happening?
Well, I mean, when it happened, I was overwhelmed with this kind of blindsided me. I didn't expect anything like this to happen. After the initial abduction, then I heard, like one day, I was just like, all of a sudden my hearing changed, and it was more of an electronic, digital sound than my normal hearing, and with different pitches and frequencies that was not normal. I couldn't understand that.
What about voices? Were you hearing voices?
Oh my God, thank God you're okay. What a story. You were a young person, basically, with your friends. You guys got essentially this is all on one of the days that the Chicago Bulls won a championship. So that jersey is way more than just a jersey. That's a sign of your virility and your life. That's beautiful.
And that represents, that's another thing I hope I can share with you on the research that I did for American Cyborg to reveal so much of the information that I got for American Cyborg. One of the sources, because people like to know, where are you getting your information from?
When I was a kid, Chicago was, aside from throughout the country, the most dangerous place in the entire world.
For American Cyborg, one of my best sources was a lecture that was given in 2018 by Dr. James Giordano called "The Brain is the Battlefield of the Future." It's really opened the door, revealing to the general public for the first time the military agenda and its pursuit of fully controlling and affecting the human brain remotely from great distances. And this man, James Giordano, is the chief of the Neurology and Neuroethics Studies program at Georgetown University, and among other positions he holds is an advisor to JARPA and the Cabinet Group, and funding from the Los Alamos laboratory. His lecture revealed officially for the first time what we're capable of using the brain sciences or neuroscience that validates and legitimizes the existence of advanced nanotechnology and brain interface technology. To quote him in his lecture, "I give you no science fiction in this lecture. I only give you science fact that may smell of fiction, but shows the reality of what the brain sciences are capable of. The individuals, the groups, the politics, and society, those who have the most sophisticated tools and perhaps weapons, win. The military agenda is interested in the potential weaponization of the brain sciences for misuse and nefarious agendas, both political and military."
I can go on more. No, that's very revelatory.
You came out of it a stronger person, and I'll tell you what, you got a hell of a personality, so, and winning on many of them.
A little bit later, although you referred to that when we're talking about the black ops and so forth, but are they able to control your speech? So let's say you're in a situation and all of a sudden you are compelled to say something that you wouldn't ordinarily say. Can they do that?
I believe they can force you to missay something from time to time. I've noticed that. It doesn't happen very often,
but it can happen. People don't know that you can get to the Gulf of Mexico through essentially the Colorado River, the Plains River, the Illinois River, the Mississippi, out to New Orleans, the Gulf of Mexico, and take that through the Atlantic Ocean, and take that up to the St. Lawrence Seaway, and make it through Lake Ontario, then Lake Erie, then Lake Huron, and Lake Michigan, and basically make a huge loop. And the people who do it, they come loopers. And people don't know how important the location of Chicago is for a lot of things when it comes to commerce, when it comes to rail, when it comes to seaway. It's a very important spot.
Jamming and dulling my focus, disorienting me as I try to form and convey thoughts, even sometimes mid-sentence.
I'm someone who personally
my credibility.
feels that the gun violence that we have in Chicago is something that we can really, if we're able to solve that, Chicago has a lot of potential. It's a lot of fun. If you've ever been there, go there for like March 17th, they died the river memory. It's a lot of fun. So the one thing, I say it's dangerous, it's also cold. But aside from those things, Chicago in the summer, on the lakefront,
Can they implant false memories or can they manufacture dreams and implant those during the sleep?
Well, in the sleep, in the dream insertion, oftentimes in a dream, what's believed to be in this process, through hypnosis, a psychologist or a psychiatrist, an expert in that field, through the remote frequencies, through this remote technology.
Is that why people do it for the adrenaline rush?
Is able to suggest things in a dream, and in that when you're asleep, you don't have any defenses. So anything that's asked of you, you have no. Your free will is taken away from you when you're sleeping.
So
whatever thoughts whatever is being asked of you, you will most likely reveal whatever it is that they're asking of you.
What about mind reading? Are they able to read your thoughts? So, for example, they can predict what you're going to do that day. Maybe you're planning on going to a grocery store, and there's someone waiting there to, based on your thoughts, to predict the cadence and so on.
That I believe that well, also through the study of my routine of where so there are only so many places where I live where I could be going, but
Manny, just must be wearing like an admiral shirt or a chef shirt.
Just to let you know how far this technology has gone, it's widely reported that through the brain sciences and neurological weapons technology, that the fear neurons can be isolated in a person's memory, as well as the neurons that compose a person's emotions: fear, anger, hate, joy, love, and other emotions.
Hey, Sinister, you can't have your PSP. I like
also
it.
Be possible technology in real time with that person whose memories are being extracted, completely unaware that this is happening. And in my research, it's now possible to extract, record, and play back the memories of another person
and view the actual memory as seen through the eyes of the individual it has been extracted from. So that's how far our technology is allowing us to go now.
What about sleep disruption? Can they like zap you with something? I don't know, a microwave weapon in the middle of the night in order?
I get sleep deprivation routinely, but especially before and leading up to an interview like this. For the days beforehand, I know that I'll be getting little to no sleep because of the sleep deprivation. Yes, it's like for me, it would be a couple of different things. One would be just as you're drifting off to sleep, just as you're relaxing, just as you're drifting off, you'll get a sharp shock somewhere in your head, it feels like, and it just, startles you. And then that will happen over and over. That will happen, or you'll wake up usually in the early morning.
Hell yeah.
And suddenly
very underrated. She's hot as
terrible feeling of worry or anxiety or fear for no reason. And then you have to remind yourself that this is not, for me, because there's no reason for it. So I have to be able to distinguish reality from that which is being projected upon me.
Got it. Michael, I got to jump in here. Pardon the interruption. We're going to take a time off bottom of the hour. Back with more of our conversation. Michael 50 Bell. Here is Billy Preston taking us into the break. Another 1874. Nothing leaves nothing. Right here on Coast to Coast AM.
A political beachfront brawl in Huntington Beach, John Tammy Trujillo, from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. One person was hurt yesterday when a group of skateboarders got into a fight with the 50 people at a pro-Trump rally at the Huntington Beach Pier. One man was arrested. That rally coming 2 days after a grand jury in New York voted to indict Trump. LA County health officials have issued revised COVID guidelines for schools. They require employees or students who test positive to isolate at home for at least 5 days. Last week, Chick-fil-A said it was making some changes to its menu. Fans didn't like one change in particular and were so vocal about it that the side salad is now staying. Southline weather from KFI. Mostly sunny days coming up. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. Right now, Fullerton has 53 degrees, Anaheim has 51, La Habra 51 degrees, and Glendale 52. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo. An accident is taking a trip off the CC for detail. What happened here on Madre Villa Avenue? We didn't experience any slowdown due to that accident anymore. On the 17th, the beautiful city of Long Beach going southbound at Willow Street, there's a squall blocking that off ramp. On the 605 way northbound, right as you're facing the 105, 3 of the right lanes are blocked, but even though that is hazardous,
on the podcast, Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, passions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brains and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you have friends or family members that live on base or need frequent access to federal facilities, getting a real ID should be on your to-do list. Starting May 7, 2025, you'll need a federally
why you can conveniently start the Real ID application process anytime and anywhere you like. Don't miss out on visiting your friends and loved ones in uniform. Start your Real ID application online today at realid.dmv.ca.gov. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean, go up.
Thanks for us being doors.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call the Hero Hero coming in or online at ROTHSCHILD.com. As many as half of workers battling cancer due to hydra conditions from their employer. It's time for those in charge to do charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag WorkingWithCancer on social media.
Hi there, I'm Joel ROTHSCHILD. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy your How to Money with Joel ROTHSCHILD. Today at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Coming live from my home studio in Old Fort Hill, just north of Toronto, George McCrae from 74 and Rock Your Baby. South African pastor Eva Moodley died in 2021, but his body was only laid to rest this month after spending almost 600 days at a mortuary because his family and parishioners were expecting him to come back to life. Eva Moodley, the founder of the Miracle Center in Gauteng, north of Johannesburg, died on August 5, 2021 after falling ill. However, instead of making preparations for his funeral, his family simply left his body at a mortuary, awaiting his resurrection. His wife and other members of his family came to the mortuary to pray for his return, but they stopped coming a few months after his death and refused to give their consent for Moodley's burial or cremation. In the end, the only option available to the mortuary was legal action against the family. You can read more about this bizarre story in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. Join George Norrie on Saturday evening, May the 27th, at the amazing Granada Theater in the Bay Wasco County for a jam-packed night of fun and conversation. Live and on stage include UFO abductee Travis Walton, Animal Planet's Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker, and astronomer Stephen Dr. Sky. The night will also feature a live band, salute to our veterans, and a live Q&A. At the end of the show, tickets and information are available at GrenadaTheaterTheDolls.com or by calling 815-993-6585. Of course, you can just go to coasttocoastam.com and look under events in the menu. When we come back, more of my conversation with whistleblower and targeted individual Michael Fitzhugh Bell right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix this during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I was in the toilet with the bartender who was told me what all he was trying to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. I had bruising that tore over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivora.
866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. And coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
We are back with whistleblower targeted individual Michael Fitzhugh Bell, the author of Invisible Crimes 1 and 2, and his latest is American Cyborg, the Globalist Cabal, Project Monarch, and the Military-Industrial Complex. So what's happening right now? I know that you say that you're constantly being surveilled and harassed by helicopters. Are they around where you're living right now?
Yes, I looked right before the show. They're out there. That represents the most expensive part of the program that I believe that I'm in, the military black ops program that I'm in. The helicopter is the formula for everything in this is money plus power equals control, and in this whole program, people, what is it all about? It's about data. It's all about data, and in this case, biomedical data. So the helicopters that I began noticing when after the sun sets, there's about 15, 20 minutes of twilight time before you can see, or even a half an hour before you can actually see the celestial sky. But I started noticing these lights in the sky almost 10 years ago. And I was later to learn that they are there's a combination of, and there's both stealth helicopters and drones, and you need at least one drone and one
drones or 2 helicopters to triangulate the telemetry from the information that they are extracting from, in this case, what I believe me. There's no other reason why there'd be so many helicopters up in the sky. It goes under, well, that's what happened to me, is that I believe I was put on the counterterrorism watch list, which then gives them the military black ops the authority to use helicopters and whatever they want, and have it all done anything wrong. I'm not a terrorist. I haven't done anything to deserve this kind of attention, but the helicopters are up there, and for the helicopters, every night is a mission. It's and if you're talking about a Sikorsky UH-60 Black Ops stealth helicopter, that's at a cost of $60 million, and a full crew and backup pilots and technicians monitoring the target individual, fuel for over 12 hours of flight time, at a cost to the American taxpayer from anywhere from $250,000 to $1 million a night per aircraft. And if I have, some nights I've been able to count, and I can't even see everything because I have a tree line. I'm up on top of a mountain, but I see, I've seen at least 20, 30, sometimes as many as 40 aircraft up there, just parked up there. I'm not talking about passing over my house, just staying in one spot all night. And
you said they're triangulating. They're going after the data that is being emitted by the biomedical devices that have been implanted in your body?
Correct. Definitely. That is time. It's a bi-directional frequency exchange. It's believed to be bi-directional in that it is both able to extract information from the individual as well as putting information into the individual. So everything is about reactions and how it affects a person's emotions. So if you have everything in your body is completely connected with biomedical devices, they can see, the people who are monitoring you can see in real time how you react to something, how your heart rate elevates, how your breathing speeds up if you react to something. So they're constant, and it's dreaming how you react to something. So, and also it's at nighttime is when it's believed that most of the programming is done to the individual when they're asleep.
Like, what is programming you to do, Michael? I mean, is this like a Manchurian candidate type of thing where, I mean, do you have missing time during which you may be off on some covert mission and you're not aware of?
No, it's a good question. I think for me, it seems to be research and development, and I'm not really sure exactly why. I haven't noticed anything specific, but I will say that it can, the mind control itself is extremely powerful, and it may be something that we may look at in the future. And when you look back at things like recently, you look in the news at the skyrocketing suicide rates and the school shootings, which are all so similar in their construction, and how each case is almost identical to the next in terms of getting the weapons, why they wanted to shoot, whatever. Those seem to be things that are not, that may not be natural, and there's certainly things that neurological weapons could influence on a person. That's very possible. So when you see all these school shootings, I think one of the possibilities that's obviously being overlooked is that maybe some of these people are victims are, this is just something that's being forced on them to, as a research and development, to see how far we can go with this thing. I believe that's certainly one of the possibilities.
Okay, so let me go back to something you said earlier, and I said I would come around to it again. You said that according to data, anywhere between 1/3 and half of all Americans have been, unbeknownst to them, implanted with some sort of biomedical device or RFID type chip. Where did that data come from? How did you know that?
That one is also one that I looked up from the possibility of the existence of implants that may be used throughout that people may be absorbing through a variety of techniques. For me, it was surgical implantation, but also there are a host of other possibilities of how the nanotechnology and the biotechnology can get into a person's body. One of them is in this, and I go back to the James Giordano's quote was saying that he said, the sky may not be falling right now, but folks, it looks like rain. Bring an umbrella, and what will be falling down? This is what they're projecting, is that it's either happened or is biotechnology filtered down through the hydrosphere. This was believed to happen to the water supply and the food chain. If this is happening, makes everyone in the United States infected without even being aware. So the movie, The Matrix, was a tale of science fiction, yes, but it is beginning to look more and more like a documentary every day.
What type of biomedical devices do you believe have been implanted inside your body?
For me, I believe I have, because I've seen my MRI, and even though they weren't acknowledged by doctors, I could see devices or foreign objects, and even though I'm not a doctor, I could see certain things that were not meant to be, and right in the area that I had a scar. So I believe that the cochlear implants are something that I have. Something equivalent to the IBM 2020 neural chip implant, which is believed to be a fully cognitive brain inserted into someone's brain through the nasal cavity. I believe I have that one. And then there may be a heart stent and micro pump.
Okay, the micro pumps and the heart stent. What is the purpose of those? What are the purposes of those in the body? What are they trying to do?
I get heart pains in my heart, and I don't know what to attribute them to, but I know that the way that I feel that pain, it's not a natural pain. It's more of like a pulsing electronic pain. If I'm able to convey that thought to you, and muscle spasms, things like these things, all those type of reactions that I get from various, you would call them neurological attacks. But definitely the cochlear implants for sure, and I believe cases that I've looked and felt, it seems to me that there's much more than that.
What's the purpose of the cochlear implant?
To listen to and record everything that you hear. This is what's believed.
to record everything that you hear and how you hear it, and to record that and to store that information and see how that compares over time is certainly one of the possibilities.
They have like a kill switch, Michael Bublé idea. In other words, they could, with a flip of a switch, end your life.
Oh, I believe that for sure. So, I mean, they definitely could give me a triggered heart attack or something that would appear to be natural. Yeah, that's definitely, I mean, and that's an ongoing fear. You don't know. I mean, if anyone can have something happen to them, but this is much different. When somebody has their finger on a button somewhere, that's a lot different than what you might get through natural medicine, through something that would happen to you naturally.
Why do you're a trained chef? Why? I mean, is there anything in your background? Were your parents in the military? Why you?
I don't know. I know that I felt like I think it may have something to do with an accident that I was responsible for when I was 19. And the person who was in the accident with me happened to be part of one of the most wealthiest, most powerful, influential families in the world. Rumored to be one of the 13 Illuminati families. And it may be that someone in that family, as retribution for the accident that I was responsible for, may have put me on the list, so to speak. Whether it's the counterterrorism watch list or the terrorist watch list, or there are many hundreds of different lists. So I don't know how I got on this list or why, but I know it's been going on for many years now, even before I realized it.
So is this your life now until the end of your life, or is there any way that you can extricate yourself from this?
Because that's a great question, Richard. I would like to. There is a way. I have to do it through a legal way. I have to get them to. I would have to go through the legal process and have an attorney. Some of these things are hard to get to because something like this list that I may be on would be listed under state secret. So there's certain things that protect them from. So even if I had people come to my house that I've had and looked at the skies and seen all the drones and all the helicopters, and they go, "What's going on? This is all for one person." I'm like, "This is where your taxpayers' money's going."
Michael, sorry to interrupt, and I got to take a break here. We're rolling to the top of the hour. We'll continue our conversation about the targeted individual and also open up the phone line, taking us into the break. Here again, and Ricky, don't lose that number right here on Coast to Coast again.
Hey, I heard the magic word gravity bomb. Has anyone ever used an accordion gravity bomb? I put it in the chat where you can look at what one looks like. Oh my god, is it the most powerful fucking gravity bomb, which is the most powerful kind of bomb that you'll ever find. It is ridiculous. Oh, you would think so. Just look at it. No, it's so easy. It's honestly, you just take a look at it. It's an amazing tool.
If you own a small business industrial program, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Mood enhancing, pharmacy grade, stimulating talk. He suspected the wife. Yeah. Now, at that point, because of her behavior, I know if I had any inclination that my wife was poisoning me, I would just leave. Yeah. She's a monster human being anyway. There you get it. This might just be sweet releasing her new apartment somewhere. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Can you think of all the germs that are on those Bibles? You tried to explain why you didn't go to church last week. Because you're afraid of germs. You go to church last week? No. When's the last time you've been to church? 2 weeks ago. I'm glad you're keeping up with your faith. I'm also not afraid of the germs on the Bible. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people haven't argued with a 2-year-old girl's sports concern to go to the bill handle refusal. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Amber, Silver, and now possible Ebony alert. I'm Tammy Trujillo from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We have the Amber Alert, the Silver Alert, and now a local state senator wants there to be an Ebony Alert. Susan Bradford says a bill, Senate Bill 673, would create an alert for missing Black women, girls, and youth, because it would make it easier to get the word out about these cases, which he says get far less attention from law enforcement and the media. Bradford represents the 35th district. It covers a host of communities, including Carson, Compton, Eaglewood, and Gardena. One person was hurt yesterday when a group of pro-skateboarders got into a fight with some 50 people at a pro-Donald Trump rally at the Huntington Beach Pier. One man was arrested. The rally came 2 days after a grand jury in New York voted to indict Trump for allegedly paying off a porn star through his then attorney Michael Cohen. People are leaving California in surprising numbers. The U.S. Census Bureau says the exodus started 3 years ago. Since 2020, some 500,000 people have left the state. More than half of California's 58 counties lost residents, but the biggest reduction was in LA County. From July of 2021 to July of 2022, some 90,000 people packed up and left. There was a special birthday celebrated at Disneyland yesterday. Steve Halofo was there on the park's opening day in 1965, and yesterday he went back to mark her 100th birthday. It was also the year the Disney company turned 100. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves is rolling into the top spot at the box office. The film had a strong opening of over $15 million. Weekend projections estimate it could bring in nearly $40 million. John Wick Chapter 4 will fall to number 2 on domestic charts, looking to break $122 million by the end of the day today. Meanwhile, Creed 3, Shazam: Fury of the 60s at the beaches, upper 60s in Metro LA and Orange County, and the low 70s in the Inland Empire and the Valley. Right now, Anaheim has 63 degrees, 55 in COB, Long Beach 51, and Oka Park 52 degrees. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Tammy Trujillo. There's an accident for eastbound 12 sign delay at Rosie Boulevard. It's blocking that central lane. Over 17 going southbound right after Alonzo Boulevard. There is a crash. It's in the right-hand lane. If you're traveling in the Hollywood area, get ready for a little bit of a slowdown on the 101 going southbound. Starting at Vermont Avenue, it goes all the way to the 110. Change the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
podcast that marries supernatural horror storytelling with an immersive psychological thriller to uncover the chilling story and secrets that only the case themselves.
Without monsters, there are no victims, no prosecutions, no defenses.
Listen to the Manawak Kids. That's MANCAWAUK on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Pray.com's Meditative Prayer Podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, think better, get well.
As you close your eyes, ask God to come and come with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit and ask Him to minister to you.
Listen to Meditative Prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to retreat this one. What do you think? Huh, good? Still handle. Hey, if you know the name of the guy, why haven't you reported it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We came to a roundabout, and we're supposed to do like a quarter of a turn and then keep going straight. But she does a 360. She goes all the way around and then goes on the street that we want to go on. That's what we do. Because this roundabout, you got to go around the whole thing. You want to know roundabout? Is that right? Right. Freedom Conway Jr. Show. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, okay. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
But it sounds better when I say it. Doesn't it sound better when a female voice?
Except that how can you say the F word about us? That's a little hard.
I haven't said that for you today.
Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh my God, that is a choice. That is a choice. Oh, well, they're drug addicted, so they kill people, but it's because of the drugs. No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in a gang is a choice. Stealing from your grandparents, all decisions. Nobody forced this guy to make all those decisions.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You only have till April 14th to lock in the best rates on solar. Do it today at sunlight.com. KFI AM 640. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett. Let me roll it. Paul McCartney and Wings. The bizarre footage has emerged showing a mischievous child ghost pushing a shopping cart into a car, and the incident worked at a supermarket outside Dallas, Texas recently, and saw the shop